Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Korean Team Career here with Cadillac on the PC tonight. It is, I'm not actually sure which round it is. I think I put the wrong round number in the brief. But we are heading to Monza for the first of our two Italian Grand Prix. Yes, I have very much put the wrong one in. It's round 14 tonight. I think I put round 11 for some reason. So, welcome back. Sorry for no stream on Friday. Just flat out slept through. very, very tired on Friday. Yeah, that's why we didn't stream on Friday night. But here we are to make up for it with the full Monza experience to start the week. So we are at a sprint weekend tonight. As you can see, we have sprint weekend here in the top corner. We know it's a power circuit. We know how best to run this race. We've been here many, many times in the past. And the weather is going to be glorious. And it's potentially going to be quite cool as well for the Grand Prix itself. Very hot looking for the sprint, which may help us. It may enable us to really be able to look after our tyres, and the AI might suffer a little bit with their tyres in the sprint. That means we might potentially sneak a point in the sprint. I'm really hopeful that we can get some points in the Grand Prix. It's been a while since we scored points in a race, and it's definitely something that is a little bit more of a concern because it has been a while. We started the season so well, boosted with that unexpected win in Jeddah, and we just haven't really done that much since about the second quarter of the season. So we definitely need to start trying to claw back some points. Luckily, looking at the calendar, these are circuits coming up that I think that we can actually have a chance of scoring points at. We've got Monza, we've got Montreal, possibly Austin, but probably not. Vegas, maybe Mexico. I think we can score points at those. We also have sprints in Mexico and Vegas and Montreal, which also helps. So I think we might possibly be able to score some more points, but I think we have to accept the fact that we can probably kiss goodbye our chance of finishing back in 5th place. That's long gone. Even 6th place has gone as well. So now it's all about hanging on for 7th. The further we fall down, let's not forget next season the regulations are changing and we will get less hours than we would do against this season's regs if we finish in a low position. So the further down we fall, the more development time that we are theoretically losing against the previous season. So we want to try and get as high up as possible. 5th, I think it stays the same. Anything from 6th on down starts to lose hours against this season's regs. So, yeah, we don't want to go any lower than 7th. Plus 7th is our target for the season. So there is that to consider as well. Evening Wayne, evening Daniel. Hello to anyone else who is lurking in the chat out there as well. Good to see you all. Just opening up my monitor so I can keep an eye on if the stream goes down. We have had those issues in the past. There we go. Right, so we have a little bit to do. We've got a pit crew training schedule to do. Let's get that started. We are going into the month with fatigue or without? Without. Good. That is carrying across, unfortunately. But it is not quite at the same level as we would normally see. So we're at 5% after like the second day, in the second day of the week. It's really nice. So let's go ahead and actually put in some pretty hardcore speed training to kickstart the month. We've been getting really good at our pit stops recently, and that is potentially a very lucrative source of income for us at the end of the season. I think we're second in the pit stop challenge at the moment. which is really nice. So if we can keep putting the pressure on, keep improving our stops, who knows, maybe we could actually win that competition this year. That would be glorious. That would be, I think, 12 mil at the end of the season if we win that competition. There we go, 18 to 9 to 0, perfect. That clears our fatigue in time for Imola. And then when we come back from Imola, I think we can get maybe a day of car building in. Not quite a full day. Sprint weekend, got to make sure we have no fatigue going into the Grand Prix. So we'll clear out the afternoon. And then we could probably make that instead a morning of gym training. Then we get to 7 and then to 0. It's not quite perfect, but it's close enough for me. I will take that. Right. After Montreal, then it's a run to the end of the month. So we haven't done any car building, so we need to get some of that in. Can't neglect that stat. But, you know, in perpetuity, not if we want to have a well-rounded, well-balanced team. And then just finish off with a little bit of skill boosting like that. Given the last day of the month off. And that's the gains. So we'll gain 0.11 on our chance of a mistake, down to just 7.5% now. Excellent. Our estimated pit stop time is now 1.975 seconds. Excellent. And we'll get the car building up a little bit more towards the level of our other stats, which are starting to reach the point where they're going to cap out at 89. Okay, so let's confirm that. There we go. And that's all the prep, I think. Let me check the cars. Did we change the powertrains? Yes, we did. To a point. No, we didn't. We're still running just basically the Hungary configuration. Okay. So we'll get that done before we head to Monza. There we go. So that's that car. Let's move over to Isaac. There we go. Powertrain's done. Let's check the components. Make sure they're both running the same spec. So both on the Mark III chassis, both on the Mark III front wing, both on the same rear wing, same side pods, same underfloor, and same suspension. Excellent. All right, we are prepped and ready then. Let's set some targets. So I do feel a bit more confident about Monza just because we've gone very well here in the past, even with a really bad car. So we're going to go 18th or higher for both cars. And let's see if we can make some money and, more importantly, maybe score some points this weekend. Let's head to Monza.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, with the Italian Grand Prix. Welcome to Life in the Fast Lane. We're here at Monza in Italy, the home of Ferrari. But who will take home the points this weekend?
In this round, the teams have two races to contend with both the Sprint and the Grand Prix offering the chance to bag some championship points.
Let's get this underway.
Right. No rookies. It is a sprint weekend, so we need our drivers to be fully prepped and focused. We're going to run our hard tyres. And we're going to run for probably the entire session. It's 19 laps around here if you want to do one run. Well, 2 runs. So we're going to go double plus a couple. We're going to go with 42 laps of fuel. That should allow us to take the flag in one single run. Assuming, of course, we don't have to pull them in to make some emergency changes to setups. We've done all the car parts already, so onto the setups. Lowest downforce circuit of the season. Basically, everything is nice and low. We're going to start with a 1 and a 9. We're going to go to a 2.8. We're going to go down a little bit to just under a 3. And let's push that up to about 3/4 of the way to there. Let's have a look. Everything looks to be okay. The rear wing is just inside tolerance at the bottom there. So we'll try that. We set the runs as well. Okay, so moving over to Hamilton. We'll go slightly different on this one. We'll go with a 1.5 on this one at the front. Again, 9 on the rear. I'm going to go all the way out to a 1.9 on this one. I'm actually going to drop that down just a tiny little bit there, and then we're going to whack that all the way up. Again, nicely right up to the edge of the detection box. Everything else is within tolerance. Let's go run some laps and check some setups.
Green light.
Radio check.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Copy, loud and clear.
And radio check. Good for me too.
We need a good warm up on the brakes.
Yep.
Right, we are being shadowed by Taylor Barnard. It does worry me that if he locks up, he might go into the back of us. So we're going to go into clean air and avoid high curves and hope he overtakes us. We're going to avoid curves and clean air as well for Hadjar. Keep the temperatures down around this circuit. 25.1 degrees ambient temperature, which is a lot warmer than we were told it was going to be for Friday. Oops, wrong button. We were told it would be 16 degrees. Maybe probably 16th with the sprint quali, who knows, but I don't think so. So, yeah. 38.4 track temperature. Let's speed them up.
Tires good, or should I cool them more?
And try to keep the temperature on tires.
Alright, so Stroll has some kind of engine wear. We don't know what it is, but I'm sure we'll find out at some point. It goes orange. We got our first bit of feedback from Isaac. Is it good? Is it good? Please be good. Please be good. 92%. I will take that. That's pretty good. Oh, yellow flag. Who has had a whoopsie? Not immediately obvious.
Yellow
Possibly
flag.
Ocon.
Yeah.
Oh no, Porsche has had a spin.
Right, we're taking the second corner. Whoa, and there it goes.
That
Oh,
is
dear
what
me,
happens
you
when
don't
you
want to be
snub
doing
me
that.
and sign for a different team. Can't remember who he decided to go to, but yeah, we tried to sign him, and he got a better offer and stuck two things up at me and went on his merry way. So thanks, Teo. Let's take a look at the rookie watch. So looking at the leaderboards, we have Caitlin Newey getting another run out at RedBull. She's been busy this year. We have Taylor Barnard, as we know, and we have Teo Porcher, and that's it. Just the three rookies this weekend.
Doing a good job with the tires.
Yep.
Any feedback?
And we have an optimal. That's 97 or higher. Oh, it's 99. It's so close. We almost nailed it. Excellent stuff. So I'm very confident about leaving my drivers out there till the flag. And you can see, even in our lowest pace setting, with avoid curbs and driving in clean air, although that's not really doing much, but with the lowest pace setting that we can possibly do and avoiding curbs, our tyres are still at temperature. 38.4 degrees on the track, so not as cool as I was expecting. May make tyre strategy a bit trickier on race day. Because we don't have the best tyre wear compared to the rest of the grid. Yeah, Wayne, I did send you a message on PSN just to let you know. I mean, I'm not amazing, I'm not, overly bothered that I didn't get it. But I wanted to make sure that, you got a refund for whatever reason, if it didn't go through or if it had gone to the wrong person. So I just wanted to give you a heads up. So I'm glad you got that refund. we've done 37 laps. We're fueled for 42, so we should just about make it to the flag, I think. Car part knowledge almost maxed out at 100. Oh, we got a fault for Hadja.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with...
Could have just given us the actual engine, radio feedback. What we got? Issue with the powertrain caused by condition. Yeah, there's not a lot we can do about that. There we go. Our drivers are in. As here comes Hadjar back into the pits. And that is the end of practice 1. So let's make some changes, some little tweaks. And then we can start qualifying for the sprint.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to get going.
Right, there we go, that's what I'm looking for, that page. So, let's swap out the parts. Oh god, no, not that engine, that one. Down to 85%, which isn't great. Oh, I forgot to change this here. No, yeah. I don't know, did I just change that or not? I think I did. Car parts. 91, a little bit better. Better gearbox, there we go. So we are 1% away with Hamilton's setup. Is it obvious? Well, yes it is. It can only go that way. So that's that one done. Let's take a look at this one, a little bit less obvious. Let's move the front wing up to a 1.5. That one change, theoretically, could fix every single issue. So we'll just try that. Let's see if that works. Hopefully it does. And if it doesn't, we'll just roll it back and then make some blind changes after the sprint. Unless we have a terrible qualifying. Alright, we have to use the mediums. We're going to go 1 lap of fuel and let's hit the track.
Green light.
Hopefully we don't get held up here. Let's see if we've got enough pace to hang with Antonelli in a slipstream here. I don't think we will, but we're going to take a gamble on this. Oscar's coming out as well, as is Charles Leclerc. Now Perez, Sonoda. Hopefully we get a nice clean run. Even Farah. tell we're getting close to the start of the birth of Cadillac as an official team on track, because they're starting to do a bit of a media tour. I watched a new Hot Ones video on YouTube from First We Feast, which was a head-to-head between Perez and Bottas. Graham Lowden making a little cameo at the very end. Another flurry of activity from the pit lane, and we are going to walk straight into that.
Tyre temps are good.
Fantastic.
Okay, gap is good. Mode push, you are good to go.
Doing a good job on tyres. Track is clear. Track is clear.
I hadn't even realised we were playing tonight. Who were we playing?
Off for last corner.
So far so good for Lewis. Managed to avoid the first couple of cars. First bit of traffic for Isaac. Got past the Aston, no issues at all. Now we get past the Haas with no issues at all, and we're still pretty close here. So far so good for Isaac. This is where it could get a bit messy into Ascari. Yeah, we lost a little bit of time there. Not too bad, but any time lost around this circuit is not great. Again, a slight lift through Ascari because of the traffic. Not amazing, but
Stay negative on the delta.
home to Barnsley in the FA Cup, a game we can win. Well, you say that, but I remember the days when anytime we came up against a team that began with a B in the FA Cup that we should be beating, Barnsley, Burnley, Brentford, we would get beaten. So, yeah, fingers crossed.
So watch out for the next car.
So, we are second with Hamilton. We did just hit Antonelli. Hadjar, without the slipstream, was nearly 0.6 of a second slower. And look at the track. So many cars, and they're scattered as well. Some are on laps, some are on out laps, some are on in laps. We've got a yellow flag. It's
Here's
the bear.
replay. Right, we're down at turn 5. And that's where they slightly
Just
run off
bouncing
the track.
over the curb.
Hopefully not a sign of things to come.
All right, we're back in the pits. Schumacher is 12th. See what Lando can do. Russell currently quickest. Norris goes up to P4. Let's see if Bortoletto's got some pace in his car as well. So this should be 100. Yes, it is. Fantastic. What's Isaac at? It's actually gone backwards. Ooh. Did we fix anything? We fixed our braking stability, broke everything else. So let's go the other way. We're going to break that, but maybe we'll fix everything else. So much traffic on this circuit for everybody. At least it's not us. Sainz is way off the pace. So is Leclerc. Piastri is as well. Colapinto pops up into 8th place, just behind Hamilton. Into the Parabolica for Bortoletto. And it's a good lap. He goes P3. What about Arvid? It's only P14 for Lindblad. So, everybody's set a lap now. We've got just over 4.5 minutes left to go. Still a lot of cars making their way back to the pits. Hopefully everybody goes at a similar time at the end so that clean runs can be got. Or at least for us, anyway. I don't really care about if anyone else gets a clean run. Antonelli's gone early. Antonelli leaving the pits now. Might actually be a genius move, but it also might potentially backfire. Do I risk it? Do I risk it? I do kind of want to send them out as a pair to the slipstream. I also want to see if we can get one as well. Let's see if we can get one here. There we go. And the Williams has got the same idea, popping right out behind us. Which Williams is that? It's Alex Albon. Alright, I don't think Hamilton is close enough to George. Isaac is definitely close enough to Lewis, though. So let's make sure he doesn't fight. Got a yellow flag out there. That's Norris, I think.
Single yellow.
Oh, that's Antonelli spinning. Ah, I got them the wrong way round. I knew it was a Mercedes.
Mate, I f***ed up.
Ah, pressure at his home circuit. One of his home circuits.
Good. And track is clear. Track
Going
clear.
to his actual proper home circuit
All push for last corner.
after
All
this
push.
Grand Prix. So here we go, starting the lap. Hadjar is close enough to get a slipstream to Hamilton. Hamilton not really close enough to get a slipstream to the back of George, but I mean, George is the quickest, so I'm not overly surprised by that. Let's hope traffic is kind. We've got a slow Maserati in front. catching him in a good place through Curva Grande. Oh, I say that. Oh, God, we get a Ferrari in the way as well. All right, so our laps are toast. So we're going to take manual control, because otherwise we're going to run out of fuel and battery and overheat the tyres. Let's confirm. Let's slap everything down low. Rebuild the battery. And we'll go again at the end of the lap.
We need to do the
We've
full
broken the
management on this
slipstream
set.
between Hamilton and Hadjar as well. So now Hamilton is free and clear, so to speak. Hadjar now potentially is going to have dirty air and no benefit. Williams forces its way through to Ascari. Oh, got no battery left, look. Not ideal.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job. Yep.
Piastri's on a good lap. Behrman goes purple in the first sector. A lot of cars are improving. We haven't yet. Hadjar now on the bubble. Piastri goes to top. That's Behrman. Hadjar into the drop zone. Not the best first sector for Leclerc.
And just a reminder on
God
garage.
damn.
Understood.
And we're not going to get any more either.
We need to reduce K1 usage.
Ooh, I don't think we're going to get an improvement. Maybe out of Hadjar, but not out of Hamilton. We've got Schumacher getting a tow behind us. That's bad for us because he's below us. Check your flags out. Behrman is second. Tsunoda is top. Hadjar doesn't make it. He just misses out. Hamilton is through at the moment. Will he stay through? Lindblad's out. Gasly's on a lap, but he's fighting with one of the Maseratis of Colapinto here, I think. Yeah, Colapinto. Is that going to work in our favour? Yes! Colapinto can't improve. Gasly can't improve. Hamilton has made it through. Albon is out. Lindblad's out. Sainz is out in last place. And we just kind of couldn't get the run that we needed at the end there to try and get both cars comfortably through. But at least we got Hamilton through, thanks to the strength of that first run. Evening PR. So, Antonelli's out. Antonelli is out. Of course, he had that big spin at the start of his second flying lap. So, unable to progress for him. That is it for the end of SQ1. Let's move on through to SQ2. So, let's see. We've got it up to 95%. That's a nice little improvement. We're not going to start it from the pit lane, I don't think. We'll just leave him at 95%. Hamilton's up to 100. Very nice. New set of tyres.
Green light.
Gonna try and get him a tow. Going out behind Bortoletto. Got half the field out already. Norris, Stroll, Iwasa, Bortoletto, who we're tucked up behind. Schumacher, Lawson and Behrman. More are exiting the pits. Looks like the whole pit lane's emptying, actually. So just one Ferrari left in qualifying already. That's Charles Leclerc, who leaves the garage now. Both Red Bulls, both McLarens still in there. We've lost a Mercedes as well. Antonelli out in Q1. Both Astons, both Haas are right up there, look. First and third at the end of the first session. And that is everybody on track now. The Astons look like they're going to go for a slipstream of their own. Which one has the lead? It's Tsunoda, and Ocon's a little bit too far back, by the look of it. Alright. Might come up against the back of the Astons, but I'm hopeful that we'll be okay.
We are good for the moment.
Off we go.
And track is clear, track clear. And it will be start button off for last corner.
So, down the main start-finish straight, the Rettifilia Tribune. Right down through the gears into Rettifilio. Then accelerating flat through Curva Grande. Up towards the chicane of Della Rosa. .28.1, it's not bad. It's not great. It's not bad. Into the two Lesmos, Lesmo 1. Lesmo 2. We go under the bridge to crossover from the old track into Vialone, and then the Ascari chicane. 27.3. That's 7/10 down on Bortoletto. Not a great middle sector at all. Dirty air hurting us. And then finishing off with Parabolica. This hasn't been a great lap. How far off the pace are we? 8/10.
P6.
We're not going to get through with that. Max goes top. Russell displaces him. We're already into the drop zone. There's still 4 cars yet to cross the line. Here comes Charles Leclerc. He gets up to P5. Ocon way too far back to get any kind of benefit from Tsunoda, who crosses the line and goes top. What about Ocon? he's only good enough for 11th, 7/10 exactly behind his teammate, and first of the cars in the drop zone. So Perez, Iwasa, Schumacher, Hamilton, Colapinto and Ocon, the cars on for elimination right now. I think we are definitely going to get eliminated. I don't know about the Maseratis. Perez should improve. Don't know about Schumacher. Gasly's already gone. So maybe we need clean air for our next run. We want to have any chance of getting through. Out goes Liam Lawson. Iwasa's gone early as well. Here come the two Astons. Just want to leave it an extra 10-15 seconds if possible. Out goes Behrman. There goes Norris. Now I'm going to go. Should be far enough back that I won't get dirty air from the back of Norris. And should be far enough ahead of these guys that they're not going to affect my lap going out, and then there's enough time now that everyone else is going to pile right out. So we could see some interesting slipstreaming going on here. We could see a couple of cars losing out heavily as a result. It's getting very busy in the pit lane. Piastri is at the back of the queue. And then last to exit the pits will be Bortoletto and Schumacher. There they are. So, critical lap. We have clean air in front and behind. Can we extract the best performance possible out of this car? Even if we can't get into the next session, we want to try and move up the order a little bit. We've got an improved first sector for Iwasa and for Lawson. Little bit of traffic there for Iwasa, nothing too serious. But now he's got a lot of traffic potentially coming through.
Tire temperatures are good. Track is clear. Track is clear.
Oh, Lawson's lap is ruined, so Lawson's not going through. He's going to get bumped down the order and get eliminated. Iwasa might. He might get bumped. See what his final sector's like. Iwasa has not improved. He is out. We have improved. That's a good first sector. Colapinto's in trouble, so he's not likely to improve. Lawson has crossed the line. He has not improved. He is very much at risk. Not a great first sector for Ocon. Good middle sector for Hamilton. We might be able to sneak through here. And this is the problem of going too late. As you can see, that cars are now encountering Iwasa and Lawson on their push laps. Out of Parabolica. Can we sneak up into the top 10? We're at to 9th. Big improvement. Big improvement. We're only just ahead of Bortoletto, who is improving himself. So we've got to pay attention to Schumacher. I don't think Ocon's going to make it through. Oh, Schumacher's getting blocked through Vialoni and Ascari. Bortoletto's going to improve, I think, potentially, and knock us down. I think Schumacher's out. And that's it, because Perez hasn't crossed the line in time. Bortoletto improves to P5, but nobody else can knock us out. We are through just into Q3. Lawson hitting traffic. Ocon not with the best first sector. Perez didn't even make the flag in time. Iwasa out, Schumacher out, Colapinto out as well. And we have made it into the top 10. Fantastic. So, final run. We will have time for 2 runs. And we're going to go for 2 runs.
So now we have green light.
See who else comes out early. Nobody yet. I am surprised. I thought we would see at least one of the car coming straight out. So it looks like nobody else is going to go for a second run. I just hope we get a clean run on this one. Comes Behrman and Piastri just as we're exiting Ascari, of course. Hopefully we catch them in a kind place where we don't get held up.
And tires are okay.
And track is clear, track clear.
Charge button off for last corner.
All right, here we go.
Off.
First flying lap attempts. Tyres are fired up nicely. Should get past Piastri here on approach to Variant onto the Della Rosa chicane. Or maybe not. He'll pull out then hopefully just before the Lesmos. Maybe not. This isn't good. 28-1, it's not a great first sector. There he goes, out of the way. Is Behrman going to get in our way? We're not going to catch him before we hit Vialone. Yeah. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Well, 22.5 is not a good lap. Get back to the pits a little bit quicker. And then Johnny. Looks like we are spoiling Behrman's lap here. And then he spoiled us, so turnaround's fair play. Right, into the pits. We've had a few more cars hit the line. Behrman's still quicker than us by a second. Shows how much time we lost. So, straight back out. Just Norris still in the garage. As Bortoletto takes the track behind us. I think that's Bortoletto. Yes, it is. So we're about 2.8 seconds off the pace of Piastri so far. As George starts his flying lap. Actually looked quite pacey here this weekend. Both McLarens in the top 10. No Williams drivers in the top 10. Looks like McLaren are going to be moving to P5 after today, potentially. And Norris finally leaving the pits. He's left it a bit late. If he gets a lot of cars pulling him over and moving him out the way, he might not make the flag. So he has to lift to let Verstappen through. He's going to have to lift again to let Charles Leclerc through in a moment. And then potentially even Lance Stroll will pull him over at some point on the lap.
You are doing a good job on tires. Keep it like this.
He might not make the flag. We'll keep an eye on that.
Track is clear. Track clear.
We're about to start our lap. We're going to have a bit of clear air.
Button off for last corner.
That's the first of the cars that might be problematic as Stroll closes in on Norris. Leclerc's gone through past him. 45 seconds left in the session. Russell goes top. Tsunoda goes up to P3 with 3 seconds off the pace. But now we're going to have a clear lap. Norris has to lift to let Stroll through. He's got 25 seconds to make it down the run to Parabolica, through Parabolica, and then cross the line. He might not make this. Hamilton's gone purple in the first sector. Time's ticking away for Lando Norris. Is he going to make it to the line? I don't think he is. He's not. He left it too late. Norris is out without setting a time. 26.7. It's not a bad middle sector. It's not great. I'm definitely losing out time there. How's the final sector looking? We're good enough for P5, 2.5 tenths away from George. That is excellent. Bortoletto crosses the line. He improves to P6. Stroll is done. Behrman's done. Max is done. Everyone's done. Norris did not get to set a time. He left it too late to leave the pits. Encountered too much traffic that pulled him over. Session ended before he made it to the line, and we have qualified for the sprint in P5. So then, the grid for the sprint, it's George on pole from Oscar, then Tsunoda, Leclerc, Hamilton, Bortoletto, Max in 7th, Stroll in P8th. That's the top 8 for points. And then it's Behrman ahead of Norris. Lawson in 11th place ahead of Ocon, Perez, Iwasa, Schumacher, Colapinto, Antonelli ahead of Isaac Hadjar. Then it's Gasly, Albon, Lindblad, and all the way at the back of the grid, Carlos Sainz.
We're back, and the action is set to get even better today as the drivers go racing in the sprint.
The prospect of bagging a few extra points is certainly going to spur these teams on to fight competitively and finish in the top spots.
Okay, so... Oh, that's close. That looks like that's a 0 then, potentially. And then we would need to pull that back in a little bit as well, and then potentially even correct that back a bit. We won't make any changes for now. We'll wait. We're not going to change the tyres. We are going to put an extra lap of fuel in so we can be aggressive in the braking. We're going to go very aggressive off the line. See if we can gain a place. Down in 18th, there's not a lot we can really achieve here with Isaac. So we'll just leave him as is. Engine temps are likely to be a little high for him. 1.9 kilos. I don't really want to take fuel out. So we'll just leave as is and try and burn off any excess at the end of the sprint. Let's see. Can we get some points again? Let's send them to the grid for the start of the Italian sprint at Monza.
It's time for a sprint around Monza. And it's lights out. And away we go.
Right, looks like we might have a run on Leclerc into turn 1. We get ahead of him. And we get alongside Tsunoda. Can we convert that? I don't know. We'll have a try through Curva Grande. Some kind of drama going on through turn 1. There we go. That's what it was. It was Iwasa running wide. Hadjar's actually lost a place. Hamilton did not get through.
Need more power.
And
Continue
now we
like
need to
this.
protect those tyres.
Take care of the tires.
Yep.
And charge button on.
Understood. You can save less.
And Colapinto just gets us. All right, so let's tuck in behind Colapinto.
Charge on. Go back to doing lift and coast now.
So we are P4. That's fantastic. That's 5 points.
Do your best.
If we can hold on to it.
DRS enable. So at the moment you have P4. Next guy in front will be Tsunoda.
Hadjar has got ahead of Colapinto. How did that happen? Did we get him through Parabolica? Oh yeah, we did. He just left enough of a gap. And we capitalised on that. Got a really good exit as well.
Great.
So we're going to go full bore. We got a yellow flag. That's Norris. Stranded in the dirt. Is he out? Nope, he is still
And
going.
here we've got a yellow flag.
So Norris drops to the bottom. That's Hadjar up to P16. And he's already caught the back of the train. Hamilton's still in range. Leclerc just about dropping out of DRS. Did he get the DRS? Let's have a look. Yes, he did, just. Hamilton's tyres starting to cook. Let's slow the push down on
And
those.
try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Understood.
Schumacher gets ahead of Perez, take the lead of this little train. Russell gets past Tsunoda. Tsunoda takes the place back again. And we've got a run on everybody here. And Russell gets pushed wide, and Russell is dropping down the order. I think Bortoletto stayed ahead of him. He's got damaged on the floor as well.
Let's have a look at that. Now we're approaching turn 2. There's the opening. Up into third and contending for a podium place.
Russell just getting back on in front of Bortoletto, damaged his underfloor. And we are
Slow
sitting
down now.
behind Oscar Piastri, who is out of DRS range as Bortoletto
Charge
gets
on.
through on George. Leclerc breathing down our necks. So is Max as well. There you see Russell trying to get back in front of Bortoletto. And at the end of lap 3, it is Yuki Tsunoda leading ahead of Oscar Piastri. Hamilton now in third place. That's 6 points, if we can hang on to it. Max gets ahead of Charles Leclerc. Hadjar in 16th place, right behind Schumacher. We're having a look. Can we get past Oscar? Yes, we can. Can we get the power down through Curva Grande? Yes, we can.
Doing a great job. Okay, next
Hadjar
car,
gets up
Perez.
another place.
Let's take a closer look. Now we're watching the action closely here. The gap opens up for them. And the overtake is made.
And AC Sainz has made some progress as he tries to dive bomb his way
push
through.
them
Gets past Colapinto. Couldn't quite get onto Schumacher. Sonoda's 2.5 seconds clear of us. Verstappen's up into 4th place behind his teammate. Both the Red Bulls looking dangerous here. We have the measure of them so far. This is as high as we're going to get without a mistake, I think, from Yuki.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Charge on. We don't need to worry about management on these tyres, just pushing.
We have a little bit of a cushion back to Piastri and Verstappen as we run down the main straight into Rettifilio.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
A little three-way fight going through into the chicane, and that is Stroll into the gravel. He's about to get swallowed up potentially now by Albon and Perez, even Nigel. And they're too busy fighting each other to really go after Stroll there. Back to Hamilton. Through goes Oscar Piastri. Max is lining up a look as well, but he's out of the slipstream here.
Continue. Keep going. Car behind is Verstappen.
There you see, he got the run. Dived up the inside into Vialone and was already clear by the time he hit the Ascari chicane.
Lovely stuff.
Oh, Max gets us at Parabolica. And he'll have DRS on Piastri, so a chance for Max to try and push through. We've got a slipstream. Now we've got clear air. As we boxed in Verstappen and we're back up into 2nd place. This is incredible stuff.
Yeah, doing a good job. Continue like this. Next car in front is Tsunoda.
And up the tyre pace again now. Hadjar's almost caught the back of Stroll, who has now been picked off by both Perez and Albon. We've only done 5 laps, and what a dramatic start we've had to the sprint. But they're starting to queue up behind us. Tsunoda's just running away with this. He's now 4 seconds clear of us. Do not have the pace to go after him. But I'm not bothered about that at all. I'm more concerned about hanging on to 2nd. Albon gets ahead of Perez. Just saw Hadjar swinging out of Ascari in the background there. He's in DRS range. Let's see if we can get some battery back in the car.
Charge on.
Tyre temps creeping up again. Let's save a little bit of spare fuel for the last couple of laps, potentially. Leclerc has got ahead of Piastri, so Piastri down to P5 now. And Hadjar gets past Stroll.
Charge on, please. Good job. So you're P14. car ahead.
Right then, we can take a look now. Now we're watching the action closely here.
Just got the power down
It's there
through
for the
Curve Grande.
taking. And
Excellent
the
stuff.
overtake is made.
High speed management is very good.
Max having a look. Tries to get alongside. Hamilton holds him off. Piastri back in front of Leclerc again. There's Behrman having a look at the Leclerc as well. The two McLarens are right there too. And the Maseratis are at the back of the grid.
No worries, mate.
Stroll gets back in front of Hadjar. Okay. Use an opportunity. Oh, no.
Charge on.
Hadjar gets back through in the Parabolica. Did we get the DRS?
Excellent job.
Yes, we did.
So Perez in
Fantastic.
front of you.
And Max goes through.
Race is
So,
long.
So next car behind is Piastri.
He will be.
let's see. He's going to get him into Rettifilio by the look of it. Yes, he did. All right, we're going to use this opportunity then to try and get some battery back in the car.
That's good racing.
And keep the tyres in excellent
Charge
condition. Even try and get a little bit of spare fuel again.
Increase lift and coast.
Perez and Albon are really going at it. They keep switching places. And they're still at it. Albon goes around the outside through the second Lesmo. Beautiful move. And he's got the DRS. What a great move. Right, 10 laps to go. Yuki Tsunoda, 4.3 seconds clear of Verstappen.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job. You can push.
We are staying with him for now. Track temperature is 39 degrees.
And charge button on.
And we are potentially about to start running into some pace issues if we're not careful.
And try to increase pushing status.
Gonna make sure Max doesn't get away from us. There we go, closing back in again.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Sainz gets through. The inside into Vialone. And his recovery continues after starting from the back of the grid. A couple of cars with issues. Stroll and Perez have some minor faults. Russell has that damaged underfloor. If he scuffs it again, it'll be a retirement.
And charge button on.
Just do your best.
All right.
1.5 seconds behind.
Sainz gets past again. Apparently we must have retaken the place briefly Just got our nose ahead. Did Hamilton get the DRS? No, he didn't. Okay, so Max is trying to break away from us. We're going to have to push. Otherwise, we're going to get gobbled up by Piastri.
Understood.
Come on, get me back in that slipstream. There we go. We're back in. Hey, Verts has scored again. A bit. There we go.
So
Got the
in front we have
DRS.
Verstappen 1.0 now.
Continue like this.
Max definitely pushing the pace. Piastri dropping behind a bit, and Leclerc is having a look
Understood.
and gets him up the inside.
Charge button on.
Okay.
We have a yellow flag. Is that Antonelli? Running a little wide, maybe?
Signal yellow.
Yep.
Oh, he spun.
Sorry.
He kept it going. Got back up to pace pretty quickly. It's moved him that little bit further away from points. George currently in the final points position. Hamilton just
In front we have
dropping
Verstappen.
out of range of Verstappen again. Leclerc's back in front of Piastri. Hamilton back into DRS range just at the end there.
And we need
I
to
think-
look after these tires.
I hope.
Charge on.
Yes. There we go. So we are hanging on to Verstappen. Tsunoda is just stretching that gap. It's now 5.3 seconds with 7 laps to go. Sainz has pushed up onto the back of Perez.
No management required.
And Hadjar's gone with him. Got a good chunk of battery in his car.
And charge button on.
And we've lost the DRS again.
Verstappen in front.
Charge on.
I am wondering if we can maybe push up an extra couple of places here with Hadjar. I mean, it's not going to get points, but it might just improve. Well, actually, no, I don't think the board really gives, you know, a shit about sprints.
Go mode push.
Stroll now drops down to 22nd place. Max now 6.5 seconds behind Tsunoda. We're still
Okay,
in
race.
spitting distance of him.
Gap to him.
Turn our
1.4.
attention back to Isaac.
Continue. Keep going.
We don't think we need any
Look
lifting
at all the
coast.
cars in front of us. A fault now for Iwasa. This is everybody stuck behind Ocon. the way through.
Charge on.
Hamilton's almost back in DRS range of Verstappen. Yeah,
Okay, let's
it's
get on it.
Vax
Still able to
Verstappen,
pay for.
that well-known driver who just hoovers up all of the awards. Here we go, we've got a run on Perez.
Can you go mode push now?
Couldn't get him. It's because I forgot to turn battle assist back on. We've got a yellow flag. Who's that for?
Remember, long way to go in this race.
Colapinto locking up.
Let's see what happened there. Now, this is where the RB driver's involved. Things look fine here. Very heavy on the brakes. And they'll need to be
And
mindful of the
Colapinto
effect that had on the
takes a
tyres.
firm grasp of the wooden spoon. Let's see if he can hand it back to Stroll before the end of the Grand Prix.
Next car is Perez. Do your best.
So increase pushing status.
Verstappen is starting to just stretch his legs a little bit.
And we need to increase lift and coast by 30%.
Oh, Jesus! I thought we were about to smash into him. I hate when the game does that to us. Scares the shit out of me every time.
So next car, Perez.
A little over 3 laps to go. We have the legs on Piastri, but I want to see if I can get back in front of Verstappen. Antonelli and Albon have found their way through. Ocon is slipping.
3 laps.
No contact, no. It's just one of those weird last-second avoidances that the game does sometimes, where a car just suddenly moves offline incredibly awkwardly and quickly. We've got a yellow flag. Russell. Oh, has he broken his underfloor? No, he's still going. He is still going.
Got a yellow flag here.
It was a crash. So Russell trying to make the move on Behrman. Just the tiniest bit of contact. Front wing to rear wheel there. I wouldn't have even known that they'd made contact if they hadn't told me that they'd made contact. That's how tiny it was.
Think that it maybe it every turn 2.
And we'll need lift off.
Still not on terms.
And we need to increase pushing status.
It's another 8 seconds clear. Racing incident. No penalties given.
Mode push.
Yeah.
We're okay to push a bit harder if you can.
And 2 laps to go.
So close to the DRS again.
In front we have Verstappen. Gap to him 0.9.
Alright, let's concentrate.
Right, we need to get some battery in the car. Ocon down to 13th place. Hadjar gets past Perez.
Charge button on.
No management on the tyres required. Good job, mate. You are currently P14. Next car along, Ocon.
So we're side by side with them at the moment. And we have Slipstream to help us. Squeeze on through.
So next car in front is Verstappen. Gap to Verstappen behind 0.8. Race is long.
Final lap. Yuki Tsunoda, 8.5 seconds clear of this fight between Max and Lewis for second place.
And last lap.
TK scored again. He's been our best signing of the season so far. Saw an interesting rumour that we're looking to go after Bellingham today.
Awesome.
I don't think we'll get him, but that'd be interesting.
Lost 1 second in front of you.
Hadjar gets through on Ocon. This is it.
And more energy available.
If we're going to get him, it's going to be into Parabolica.
Gap to Verstappen behind 1.1.
Gap to Verstappen will be 1.
I don't think we're going to have the legs. Looks like we're going to have to settle for third, but third is 6 points. 6 much needed points.
And just a reminder on DRS.
We didn't get DRS to Lawson. Ocon's still just in range, but I don't think he's going to get us. He didn't get it either.
Usage.
Tsunoda wins. Max is going to take second. It'll be third place, though, for Lewis Hamilton.
Wins the sprint. And that's a highly impressive performance today from Yuki Tsunoda.
Maximum points is the best result they could have hoped for.
You've been Victor. Hadjar is going to hang on for 13th. That's not a bad gain considering where he started. And the bad start on top of that.
We've got Ocon behind. Gap behind 1.1.
It's encouraging that we might have a chance to get him into the top 10 for the Grand Prix if we can get a good qualifying. Bad qualifying will hurt us around here, no doubt about it. And Hamilton getting third in no small part helped by the fact that we got him into 5th at the end of Q3.
And after today's sprint, it's a finish in the points for Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, this was a really clever bit of strategy, and it's great to see that pay off.
So, confirmation then of the sprint results. It is Yuki Tsunoda taking the win ahead of Max Verstappen. Hamilton taking third. Piastri down into 4th place. Then it's Behrman in 5th. He's on a little bit of a points run at the moment. Bortoletto in 6th. Leclerc dropping all the way down to 7th. And Russell down from pole position to just hang on for 8th place. That damaged underfloor certainly not helping his cause there. Good race for Albon, just missing out in the end. Up 11 places for him. He finishes 9th. Sainz in 10th from the back of the grid. Then it's Antonelli in 11th. 12th place for Lawson. Hadjar up into 13th place ahead of Ocon. Then Perez, Lindblad, Wasser, Schumacher, Norris having a disappointing Grand Prix. Then it's Gasly, Stroll and Colapinto.
Our weekend continues with qualifying, as the drivers fight it out for a strong grid position.
As we've already seen, Monza is a fast circuit. And it's no wonder the locals call it La Pista Magica, the magic track. For 80% of this lap, the cars are at full throttle, and the engines will need to give it everything they've got here in qualifying.
Karun, if we could perhaps talk about Lewis for a moment. How do you think he's feeling?
It hasn't been a great showing from the team's drivers so far. Neither will want to be left behind, and I'm sure they'll both be looking to pull ahead today.
Well, we're certainly ready in the commentary box. The drivers are getting ready down in the pit lane, and it's time for qualifying.
Okay, so last minute changes to the setup here then. I'm going to drop that down to a 0. That might do it. Keep my fingers crossed. So we're going to put on some medium scrubs for our first run.
Green light.
We'll try a slipstream run and then we'll switch them round and try it the other way round. Assuming that it works this time.
And we need you to push this out lap.
Understood.
If we can't get both cars into Q2 at the least, I'll be disappointed today. Track and ambient temperatures a bit more closer to what the prediction was saying, 34 or 30.4 degrees. We were told it'd be 31, I think. And track temperature also pretty high, 43.7. Softs aren't going to last long in these kind of temperatures. At least not without some serious management at full push. They will fall apart very quickly. There is Behrman behind us. We've also got Antonelli, Colapinto, Gasly and Albon on track as well.
Tyre temps are good. Track should be clear.
And here comes Stroll just as we're coming round. Hopefully we'll get through without him getting in the way at turn 1.
Track is clear.
There he is.
Clear.
Oh, this is not the best place
There will
to
be
catch him.
Mode push for last corner. Mode push.
He's going to get just in the way. And more of a hindrance to Hadjar than Hamilton. Four-tenths the difference in the first sector. That's not all down to the slipstream. Some of that is down to Stroll. And Hamilton is beautifully positioned now to close out the lap for the toe. Middle sectors are kryptonite, unfortunately. We always lose time there, and the dirty air was such that Hamilton actually slightly slower than Hadjar in the middle sector. we go. Half a second is the gap. Behrman goes quicker by half a second. Let's see what Kimi can do as Albon goes purple in the first sector. Tucked up behind Pierre Gasly. Antonelli goes second. Ferrari gets out of the way. Albon really as close as you can get, but now you can see the dirty air becoming an issue. That's George. Will George peel out of the way? Albon thinks about an overtake. And he gets through, so this is going to really screw up Gasly's lap. Lost 4 tenths in the final sector. Albon up to P2. Gasly ends up behind Hadjar by 2 tenths. And I don't think the slipstream is going to be the way to go based off that first run. The time we gain in the opening sector, we lose in the middle sector. Norris looking quick in the middle sector. Not the best first sector, but pretty decent. Could go top with this lap.
Make sure your limiter is on. Stop where the guys are and P1.
Russell looking quick as well. Looking quicker. Norris does go top. Russell on course to take it away from him though. And Russell does go top by 3 tenths of a second. Leclerc crosses the line in P9. Let's see what Sainz does. Qualified last in the sprint.
So wait for traffic with
And
Gasly.
he is good enough for
Try to
P6
work
ahead
on
of
the front
Hamilton, but
tyres.
8.5 tenths away from George. Ferrari's not looking
Albon's
amazing
through.
this weekend. We have a nice gap between our two cars. There's nobody pushing up behind us. Hamilton tucked up behind Charles Leclerc, who will peel out of the way. There's nobody out there. Oh, no, wait, there's one car out there on a flying lap. That's Sergio Perez, just arriving into Retifilio now, the opening chicane. A couple more cars leaving the pits. Tsunoda, Bortoleto and Verstappen. Tsunoda going through the chicane. The other two still in the pits at the moment. .28.1, that's decent for Perez. It's got a McLaren in the way though. It's George Russell.
And tire temperatures are good.
So Leclerc gets
Wait
out
for
of the
traffic.
way.
It will be mode push for last
And
corner.
he'll be clear by the time Hadjar gets through.
Tyre temps look good.
Lindblad now into the chicane as he starts an outlap. So we're going to
So
encounter
mode
him.
push and you are good
There he
to
is.
go.
A little bit more activity in the pit lane. Piastri coming out now, along with Iwasa and Schumacher. Not the best first sector for Hamilton, didn't gain any time. Hadjar did. Hamilton finds some time in the middle sector though. And that's Max just about to start his lap, so no detriment there. Maybe a potential little slipstream to close out the lap. Not the best middle sector for Hadjar. Looks like he might have caught Stroll in an awkward place. Sorry, Lindblad in an awkward place. Hamilton crosses the line. P8. Looks like he did find a little bit of time. Hadjar does not improve. Just lost out in the final sector. A bit more as well.
So P12. Mode in.
Yeah.
So, we've done a couple of runs on mediums. We're going to be sticking on some soft tyres and then waiting until the end of the session. Or at least until we get a good window to drop out onto the track. It's all about getting a clean run now on those softs. Clean run should be enough, I hope, to get us through.
Hamilton coming through.
As we get out of Lindblad's way. Tsunoda's popped up into second place. If he can get that really good start from a high grid position like he did in the sprint, he could potentially run away with this one as well. Verstappen across the line, and he goes P2, just ahead of Tsunoda, just behind Russell. 8 thousandths separating ahead and behind for Max there. Piastri's on a decent lap, not the best first sector, but he's certainly come alive in the middle. Norris about to start his flying lap, he's not going to get in the way.
So limiter should be on now. Stop on the marks.
And Piastri goes top by 34 thousandths of a second. Here comes Schumacher. He's only good enough for P20. Not a clear showing of pace there. Where's Gasly? Barely ahead of him. So Nissan's struggling this weekend. Lawson and Ocon, the only two now yet to set a time. Here comes Ocon. Out of Ascari. Lawson still has half a lap to go. Perez takes the track. And across the line for Esteban Ocon. And he's good enough for second. Again, both Astons looking a little quick here in quali. Time to play the waiting game as out of the Parabolica comes Liam Lawson. He's only good enough for 16th, but that's put both of my cars into the drop zone. And of course, we ran medium tyres for those first two runs. We should find a significant amount of pace on these next runs. Oh, there's a spin for Liam Lawson. Did not hurt Norris's lap. Norris has already crossed the line. So Norris currently P7. Leclerc's improved to P11. And now comes that awkward moment of trying to figure out exactly when the best time to go is. And we're going to send Hadjar now. Now we'll send Hamilton and hope that we judge this right.
Coming past you now. Get
We
everything
could have
as you
just
want
made
it
an
to be for the
almighty
start of the
mistake
lap.
with the timing here. Hadjar in full confidence. Perez has improved in the first sector, 28-0.
So you're in a good position.
Hamilton in peak confidence as well. A little bit more activity in the pits as Bortoletto fires up. Sainz going out of the chicane into Curva Grande to start his flying lap as Leclerc's back in the pits. Could yet come back out for another run. I want it to be quiet in the pit lane until we go through, but I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. There we go. Tsunoda starting to make his way out. It's going to be another messy end to Q1. It always is around this circuit. 22 cars vying for space on track. Perez is the quickest at the moment. There's definitely time to find.
Tyre temps are good. We're looking good. Go, go, go.
That cluster of cars. Some are on push flats, some aren't.
Doing a good job with the tires.
And track is clear, track clear. And charge button off for last corner.
Oh! Not good. Compromises slightly into the chicane there. And here comes that bunch of traffic. We got a yellow flag on track as well. It's Stroll locking up at turn 8.
So let's take a look at the replay.
That's
This one involves Stroll. Things were
Vialone.
going smoothly. Struggling
This
with
is
the
actually
car.
turn 7.
Just
But,
unable to control the car by that point.
well, no, I suppose technically it is, yeah. Turn 8. Slight lift for Hadjar. And now he's going to get blocked through Ascari. Just a little bit. Not a good first sector for Hamilton. Hadjar has found some time. Will it be enough? Excellent middle sector for Hamilton compared to his teammate. Up to the line for Isaac. Oh, he can't get out the session. He only finds 4/10.
Slow it up.
Can Hamilton get through? He's up to 11th. Hadjar starting way down the order. This is not good for Isaac. So now the target for Isaac is just to get in the top 18 tonight. I don't think he's going to be able to get points. Hamilton, though, looking to make it through. Sainz has gone top. Stroll is out. Hadjar is out. Gasly's improving. Iwasa, Lawson and Schumacher also out on laps at the moment. Bortoletto is improving. He jumps up to 8th. That drops Hamilton down to 13th. Behrman is done. Leclerc's on an out lap. Colapinto is done. There's still enough cars to knock both of our drivers out as Tsunoda goes purple in the middle sector. Here comes Gasly. I'm not expecting him to make it through, or Schumacher. Tsunoda goes back to the top of the leaderboard. Gasly crosses the line. He improves his time, but not his position. He stays in 21st. Here comes Iwasa. Lawson isn't too far behind. He's only good enough for 16th. He's out. He's potentially going out. Schumacher has just set a mighty middle sector. Lawson is out. Colapinto out now, as is Stroll, Hadjar and Gasly. Can Mick somehow squeeze his car out to the detriment of Iwasa here? He's the only one now that can affect who goes through. Everyone else has set their times, and Hamilton is safe. And Schumacher does just squeeze through. Iwasa eliminated by 12 thousandths of a second. So both Maseratis are out. Iwasa, Colapinto, joined by Lawson, Stroll, Hadjar and Gasly at the end of Q1. Somehow Mick manages to drag that Nissan into Q2 there with a heroic lap. Couldn't quite get the car perfectly set up. Got up to 97, which is the best it's been all weekend, so we'll leave it at that. Let's see. What tyres do I want to start on? I'm going to do a run on these mediums. Who did Madman? Hadjar's been struggling for a while. It's not so much that he's struggling, it's just that the car is terrible. A driver of the caliber of Hamilton can extract more. Hadjar's still a young driver. He's at the lower end of the talent pool in the current grid. But he's by no means the worst driver, but he is definitely driving the worst car.
Keep warming up the brakes.
Understood.
If his rating were a couple of points higher, he would be doing better. If the car was a couple of ranks higher, he would be doing better. But it's not that a bad car exposes drivers, but think of it in terms of Red Bull. Verstappen is able to just get more out of the car than anybody who's ever sat alongside him. At the moment, that's how it is with our car as well. It's not a great car, but Hamilton's able to just extract more than anybody else. Once I get some upgrades, I'll be fine and concentrating on next season's car. Yeah, we've reached the point where any future upgrades are going to have negligible impact on the car at all. So we are now shifting attention fully to next season's car to try and find more gains in performance through research than upgrades. And it'll be cheaper as well, because we can do a project and we can improve the car for next season a little bit. Or we can spend the same amount of money to do a part, but then have to spend probably maybe double that to then build those parts as well. So potentially up to 3 times the cost for maybe even less performance. And we're running out of races as well. There's 6 rounds to go after this race. Money is tight. Which also doesn't help. We've had facilities that haven't been at their best, which have needed refurbs, which has eaten up quite a bit of money. That's a decent middle sector at 27.1, especially considering we're on mediums. Track temperature 45.3 degrees. Mediums are definitely hanging on better in the second half of the lap than the softs would. Only the rear's slightly overheating at the moment. Now front left as well. And we cross the line with a 120.5. Antonelli is half a second up on us at the moment. Finds an extra couple of tenths in the final section as well. 6 3/4 tenths clear. Norris slower than his teammate for now. Behrman, having gone so long this year without points, is certainly hitting a bit of a scoring vein. Picked up more points in the sprint. And he's showing some good pace here this weekend. Could be on for yet more points in the Grand Prix itself. He's gone purple in the first sector.
And speed limiter on. And then stop in
Around the final corner, around Parabolica, up to the line for Ollie Behrman. And it's purple in the final sector as well. He goes top by more than 3.5 tenths. Albon slotting up into second. Even in Rinketic. I am feeling better. Yes, thank you. Still not 100%. Still getting a little bit of pain from the surgery. But improving. Hey, Tiny. Long time. Good to see you. I've been doing okay. Yeah, okay. Not amazing, but could be a lot worse. But yeah, I'm all right. How about you, Tony? Not a good first sector for Russell here. And he's going to get some traffic on the exit of Ascari. Williams tucking in as much as possible. I think he got away with that. And it's 7th and 8th for the McLarens, but just lacking some of the pace we've seen from them so far. Ocon looking very quick. Leclerc having a very strong middle sector. And he goes up to P3. Much better performance from Leclerc than we've seen so far this weekend. Wrong button, never mind, too late now. Ocon retakes top spot by 0.005 of a second from Ollie Behrman. Here comes Oscar Piastri. Carlos Sainz also about to cross the line. Sainz good enough for 7th. Piastri good enough for P4. Hamilton now in the danger zone, in fact into the drop zone as Lindblad crosses the line to improve. Still waiting on Schumacher, not a good first sector for him. Max looking decent on his lap. This is very much top 10 worthy from Verstappen.
Tires are good.
Schumacher is good enough for P15 and a distant P15 as well.
Start the lap.
Hamilton now starting his flying lap as Verstappen finishes his. He's only good enough for 8th. I am surprised by that. Get out of the way. Come on, Mick. Still there in Lesmo 1. He's going to be there through Lesmo 2 as well. Hamilton has found a little bit of time in the first sector. Right, now he should get out of the way. Pulls over to the right as we go on through. We'll have had a little bit of dirty air, but no blocking, so no major time loss. 27.3. Not great. Any kind of dirty air just really unsettles our car in the middle sector. A nice closing out of the lap though. Oh, come on. Badly blocked.
So P12.
At the end of the lap there by Arvid Lindblad. Not intentionally, but there's something screwy in qualifying. Right, so we need to take manual control. Get back to the pits ASAP. So we can have another run. Norris on a good lap. Out to the Parabolica. And up to the line for Lando Norris. He improves to P4, and that should be him safe. Perez now the driver at risk. He is out there on a lap at the moment. There he is, just going through Curva Grande. Antonelli on a flying lap. And everyone's starting to leave the pits en masse now. This is we're getting back there.
Will be pit limiter on. Stop in front of the garage.
26.3, excellent middle sector. Kimi. crosses the line and he goes top. Excellent lap from Antonelli there. And that's Tsunoda. Anyone who leaves the pits now might not make it. Sainz could potentially
And we need
have
to
an issue.
try and sync all the gears.
Yep.
Tsunoda getting a little bit of traffic through the exit of Ascari there, but it might have got away with it. He should improve enough to get through. Russell's improved in his first sector. Tsunoda goes up to P4. Russell looking very quick. Russell goes top. Hamilton down to 14th place now. Perez has gone through. He's looking like he's going to find a bit of time as well. Can we repeat our heroics and squeeze into the top 10?
At the moment we are good. Watch for traffic.
Lindblad and Bortoletto both improving.
Will be charge button.
Perez
Full as
gets
full.
up to P6. I was just waiting to see if we got held up across the line. We didn't. That's good. Behrman's into the pit lane. That's Perez. We'll get past him through Curva Grande. I hope. Oscar goes top. Max is flying in the first sector. Schumacher's having a decent lap. My God, could we actually get eliminated at the bottom? It's a 27.8. That's good. That's a good first sector. We've got pretty clear traffic. I don't think Russell is going to be an issue for us. .27.0 in the middle sector. I guess this is where we're losing our time. Everybody's quicker than us in the middle sector. Oscar is top, Max is second, Norris is out, as is Leclerc, Schumacher, Lindblad, Sainz trying to get through, as are we. Can we squeeze through? No! We still finished bottom. We found 3.5 tenths, but it wasn't enough. Only P16. Oh, that's disappointing. What about Carlos Sainz? Can he somehow squeeze a Ferrari through? Not with that final sector, he can't. He is out in 15th place. So, Norris, Leclerc, Schumacher, Lindblad, Sainz and Hamilton out in Q2. Some big names falling by the wayside. And it's looking good for Red Bull as they have a current 1-2 heading into the final qualifying session. Let's see who sticks it on pole. It's Tsunoda ahead of Antonelli. Max is third, Perez fourth, fifth for Alex Albon, Russell sixth, Piastri down in seventh. He needs lots of good results. He needs to be beating Max every time out now to get back to the top of the table. Ollie Behrman is eighth, so in a good starting position to try and get more points this weekend. Then it's Ocon from Bortoletto. We do have a penalty for Schumacher that needs to be applied. I don't think anyone else has penalties. Will anybody be starting from the pit lane? Let's find out.
Well, it won't be long before the drivers hit the track for 53 laps around Monza in what should be a fast and fantastic race.
Monza has seen some incredible moments in the past. Pierre Gasly's unexpected 2020 victory reminded us of how wonderfully unpredictable this sport can be.
Monza, a centurion among circuits, dripping with motorsport history. Expect to see cars fly by, as 80% of the track is tackled at full throttle. It's not all go, however, and brakes can be prone to overheating through the tight chicanes that Monza has to offer. It's race day, and final preparations are underway.
Wasn't quite sure about the qualifier of dripping there, but you know, it's certainly better than some of the alternatives. Gushing, oozing, they both sound infinitely worse. Let's take a look at the amended starting grid, shall we? So we know Schumacher has a penalty, and it's a big one. He's starting from the back of the grid. Lots of replacement parts then for Mick Schumacher. So we will start from P15 and P20. How close did we get? Oh, that is fixable. That is fixable. We're already at the back of the grid, so why not? There we go. That should do it. If I make the car worse now, I'll be gutted. Strategy. We can make that work. And that's what we're going for. In terms of fuel, we are going to put 2 extra laps of fuel in for Hamilton. I'm not going to bother with extra fuel for Hadjar because he's so far back that he's not going to be able to contend for points. But Hamilton still has an outside chance. Let's go aggressive with fuel and battery, but not tyres. And again, starting from the pit lane, so we're not going to do anything with Hadjar. We'll leave him as he is. In fact, we'll go straight into a lower pace setting on the tyres. And with that, we are prepped and ready. The start of the Italian Grand Prix is next.
Final checks are being carried out by the teams, and it won't be long until we get this race underway.
It's a strange starting place for them in 12. They need to keep out of trouble and move forward in the race.
And it looks like we're good to go. Here we are at the oldest circuit in Europe for this, the Italian Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Right, I'm not expecting us to do much on the opening lap or two. Let's see who wins the fight into turn 1. It is Tsunoda. Antonelli is able to hold off Max Verstappen. Hamilton briefly down a place, having gained a couple of places, gets back up to 14th.
53 laps to go at the end of this one.
Need to keep our foot in for now, just to try and stay ahead of Sainz. And Sainz has a slipstream, so we will tuck in behind Sainz.
Keep up.
And we will immediately start to look after the tyres as Iwasa's having a look.
And charge button on, charge button on.
We have a slipstream, and that's enough to pull us through. Back in front of him. Hadjar almost onto the back of Schumacher. Let's make sure he definitely gets there.
Mode push.
So once again, Tsunoda has managed to make the break on the opening lap and take the lead. Or keep the lead. Now, can he run away with it like he did in the sprint? So glad I wasn't watching that one on camera. Again, that would have given me a heart attack. Hadjar gets the position. Excellent stop. Let's put him into top up.
Great job there. Okay, charge on.
Yeah.
Insane. It's the only thing he ever says when he overtakes someone.
Continue, keep going.
So, haven't touched Hamilton's battery yet. After the opening couple of corners. Sitting nicely in the slipstream of the two Ferraris right now. A couple of cars on the softs along with us. Norris and Piastri. Everyone else starting on the mediums. Could see a lot of one-stops, medium to hards. Could see quite a few two-stops as well. Some of those medium runners may well go medium soft soft. Look at the track temperature. 38.4 degrees. It is significantly cooler than we have seen in the past. Tsunoda still leads. Antonelli gets past Verstappen. Leclerc and Sainz side by side. Ferrari's going to war with each other. And that might potentially give a window of opportunity here for Hamilton.
And you can use all the boost.
Couldn't quite get alongside Leclerc. We'll try and go around the outside through the first Lesmo.
Race is long.
Maserati's having a look as well. Leclerc holds the position in the middle of the corner there.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Understood.
Okay for mode push.
So, ambient temperature is warmer than expected, but the track temperature is definitely cooler than we saw in the sprint and in qualifying.
Use the energy.
And there's a chance to make a move on Lindblad here for both us and Charles Leclerc. Leclerc's more likely to do it. Tsunoda is starting to stretch his legs. Look, he's 1.8 seconds. Oh, we're going to collision. Max and Antonelli.
So there was a crash.
Lindblad has got some damage as well.
Careful with debris.
So Antonelli once again locking up into somebody, just like he did to us at Spa. So what happened to Lindblad? How did he pick up damage? I mean, it might not be, it might just be wear rather than actual damage. Hamilton is going to have a look. We have the inside line through Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2, but we didn't get the DRS. We gave it to Lindblad. 5-second penalty? No penalties given. Lucky boy, Kimi Antonelli.
Yeah, it's not that good.
Oh no, he did get the 5-second penalty. I thought it was a penalty.
Concentrate.
It's just delayed on the leaderboard there. And that's knocked Max down to 7th and put Albon up into 2nd place. And I think that's just given this Grand Prix to Tsunoda. As Hamilton will get past Lindblad now. There he goes. Let's up the tyre pace slightly.
And charge button on, charge button on.
Yep.
Hadjar in 21st place. What happened to Hadjar? How did we slip all the way down? Unless it was some fallout from what happened here. I completely missed that. So focused on what was going on ahead. Yeah, 21st place for Isaac. Not great. We've lost touch with the Ferraris as well, which isn't that helpful. Iwasa and Lawson both through on Lindblad as well. Whatever the issue is for Lindblad, it seems to be having a significant effect on his pace. It could be wear, it could be a damaged underfloor. The circuit does break underfloors. Something fierce. Hamilton gets back through with a better exit out of Ascari. I still don't know what happened to Hadjar. He just lost a ton of places.
He does have DRS on you.
So, Iwasa's ahead of us again. Let's start harvesting again.
Charge button on.
It's scrappy in front of Isaac.
And easy on the front tires. Charge on.
Let's see if giving a little bit of space to Iwasa
And tires are good to push.
helps him to close the gap to the cars in front.
Charge on.
Max is into the
Take
pits.
care of the tires in high speed.
Oh, he's got a hole in the wing. Ah, that's it. That's Max's race screwed. This is a horrible circuit for your DRS to be disabled. Oh man, look at the state of Antonelli's front wing. It's less of a wing, more of a flap. And Iwasa has closed the gap in front, look.
Close on behind with DRS. Charge button on.
No lift off needed.
Behrman gets past Antonelli, so it's a great weekend for Haas so far. 3rd and 5th right now. And despite missing most of his front wing, Antonelli still has some decent kind of pace. He's just about managing to stay in the train. He has lost a couple of places, but there goes Ocon past him.
And charge button on, charge button on.
Sainz up into 10th place, past Bortoletto now. Russell gets past Antonelli. teammate Norris up next. He should pick him off pretty easily here. Antonelli running wide, and this will be an easy overtake here. The rear wing is fine on Antonelli's car. That's a visual glitch. And DRS is still working. And Iwasa's almost in slipstream. Well, he is in slipstream range. He's almost in DRS range of Charles Leclerc now. There we go, he's made it. And we're there with him. Lawson now up behind us. Hadjar's still stuck. Let's try and get some battery into Isaac.
Lawson DRS. Charge on.
Yeah.
Antonelli losing
Energies are
more
good.
ground. Sights now gets through. Antonelli into 10th and just falling down the order.
Charge on.
And Hadjar goes insane.
Insane.
Oh, what a lunge from Schumacher up the inside there as well. He nearly had a look at us. That would have been insane.
Take care of the tires.
Ocon gets past Russell. I have lost the DRS. Took too much pace out of the tyres.
So we need to push.
Might just have snuck back in the braking zone. Behrman sets a new fastest lap of a 1:23.6 and gets ahead of Oscar Piastri. Third and fourth now for Haas.
You're doing a good job on tires. Look after the tires, please.
And we have a yellow flag.
Yep.
Someone running wide. Yes, Colapinto running wide.
But this is what happened. So we're heading now into turn 5.
Yeah, just
a bit too
clatters
wide
over
at
the
that point, and you really
sausage
can't
curves.
do that too often with these cars.
Cutting the chicane slightly. Naughty, naughty. Antonelli out of the top 10 now. There we see Bortoletto in front of us. Has got through. Lindblad trying to make the move on Lawson behind us. Has to sit back and wait for another opportunity. And he's going to get it in just a second because Lawson's now falling way out of DRS range with a very slow exit from Ascari. He's lost a second to us in that at the end of the lap there. Leclerc and Iwasa fighting away.
Gap to him 2.2.
Now we have a run on Charles Leclerc here. And let's push on, see if we can get through.
So deployed.
Understood.
Come on, Lewis. Be brave, be brave. Ah, damn it. got a slipstream from the back of Lindblad. No, the back of Iwasa. Iwasa switches to the inside to get past Antonelli. We're still in a good position here. Are we boxed in behind with the Ferrari alongside us? We might be. No, we're not. But we just didn't go for the move. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Held the position. Oh, and Leclerc takes to the gravel. That's cost him a little bit of momentum. All right, let's start pushing Hadjar a little bit as well.
Face update when you can, please.
Tires are good.
All right,
Suggests that
Antonelli
you can reduce
is
the
going to be
amount of lift
vulnerable.
post at turn 1.
Okay.
Into Ascari
Push.
and first off Vialone. We get alongside through Vialone. Get the better exit through Ascari.
You're doing a good job.
Now can we get after
Got to
Iwasa?
hit
We're up to
1.8.
P12. And that was more work than I was expecting to punch our way through here. We'll have a whoop for that one. So we are going to need to refill the battery and cool the tyres as well. But we've got to get onto Iwasa first. Hadjar now looking to try and line up Stroll for a move.
What about tyres?
We are so close. We're almost out of battery already. We just need to get the DRS. I'm not going to get it. All right, so let's go to harvest. Tyres are
And
cooling
charge
down
button on,
naturally.
charge button on.
Back to Hadjar. Under pressure from Colapinto.
He has DRS.
Now we might have a chance. Up the inside line. Couldn't quite complete the move through Parabolica. We'll have to have another go here on the exit. And now we get through.
We
So
need to do all
P18
lifting
for
coast, please
Hadjar.
increase
That's
by
his target
10%.
with the sponsors. We have just about caught Iwasa.
And charge button on, charge button on.
Leclerc has some damage. Has he damaged his underfloor, or is that where? Leclerc almost in slipstream range.
You need to keep
Just
when you
losing a
switch
little bit of
down
ground.
the
Hamilton
just
is
run
where
out
he
of
needs
battery
to
and then you'll
be.
just be taken
That's
by everybody.
good. Let's go to harvest.
Charge button on.
Cool things down a little bit. Hadjar's out of battery
We
now.
should slow down.
Couldn't get onto Gasly,
Charge on.
but we have got the position on Stroll. Still might lose it here. I just saw your question, Nigel. Where am I from? I'm in Nottingham. And we do keep position against Stroll, and we've caught up to the back of Gasly. It's like Lindblad and Lawson lost some time, which slowed down Gasly and allowed us to get right where we need to be. Let's try and save a bit more battery again.
Yeah.
Hamilton's still tucked up behind Iwasa. It's looking good for a low points position so far for Lewis. We've got a fault for Perez now. Need to check in with the front runners actually.
The vibrations are a bit extreme.
Not sure what that is. That might be engine, might be gearbox. Tsunoda still leads 2.2 seconds, so he's not running away with it. Albon in second place, Perez is third, Behrman in fourth. Is 5 seconds behind his teammate with Piastri for company. It's still looking good. Norris gets ahead of Sainz. Sainz fighting back. And that's where we are. We're not that far behind that fight. A couple of cars in between us. Hadjar gets through on Gasly.
Excellent work.
Missed that. Let's have a look at that one. It's got the better drive through Curva Grande. Lovely stuff.
Insane.
Charge on.
And now let's start to just trickle charge instead of harvesting. See if we can start to put a little bit of pressure on Iwasa. Gas is going to try and have a look at us and gets through. And Stroll's right there as well. Looks like we're going to get back in front of Gasly. Oh, right before the detection point as well. So Gasly's going to get DRS again to have another run at this. Piastri gets past Behrman. Russell gets past Ocon. Norris gets past Sainz. Everyone's getting past everybody at the moment. And we are right on the back of Iwasa now. Let's up the tyre pace again.
You can push.
If we can get this overtake right, we can slingshot our way past Iwasa straight into the DRS of Bortoletto.
DRS.
Yep.
Just lose so much time through those corners though. And Iwasa has got himself close. We're not quite close enough to put the pressure on him. Or are we? No, he's going to get a slipstream. He's going to get the DRS. So we'll go back up into top up mode.
Charge button on.
Hadjar still just about holding off Gasly and co, but losing ground to the cars in front. And Antonelli is in to change that front wing, serve his penalty, and take on some fresh tyres. Hard tyres, might be trying to go to the end. It still has significant structural damage to that car. Piastri and Russell. No, Russell and knock-on fighting. Piastri lost a place to Behrman. And again, reminded, that rear wing is actually intact. It's not missing a chunk. It's just a weird visual glitch that we see sometimes when a car has some kind of contact, where half of it just clips out. You just see the frame edge on the left-hand side there. There, you just see that thin line. It is still a completely intact rear wing. Stroll has developed a fault. Hamilton looking to make the move on Bortoleto as Iwasa has gone through. Bortoleto has DRS. And that stops us from making the move.
And charge button on, charge button on.
Understood.
Agile P16 thanks to those pit stops. Let's keep an eye on the pace of the guys that have stopped. So Max is doing 123s. Antonelli going to wait another lap to see what he can do. And some of that damage has been cleared off because the front wing's now fixed, but he still has some structural damage. Chassis or suspension, or maybe even both. As we have a run here on Bortoleto. Couldn't get the move done in the braking zone though. Going to up the tyre pace for Hamilton again in a moment. Just want to get a little bit more battery first. We've got a much better run this time, but again, we're trying to overcome DRS and the slipstream.
And more energy.
And we get alongside him. Can we complete the move on the exit with the battery? Yes, we can. Up the inside line. Beautiful stuff. That's 11th place now. How long till Hadjar needs to stop?
Good job. At the moment, 11.
Yeah, can't really turn those tyres up. Antonelli sets a new fastest lap, a 123.6. So while he's definitely lost a lot of ground, he's still got some pace in that car. And Tsunoda still not able to break away. Only 2 seconds clear of Albon. It's keeping him honest. The Haas driver's dropping back a bit more now, 6.5 seconds to Perez. Behrman's taken about a second out of his teammate. Still has Piastri for close, a bit too close for comfort. It's 2 tenths behind him.
And try to increase pushing status.
Let's see if we can keep Bortoleto behind as Piastri gets soon back up into 4th past Ollie Behrman, and B get into the slipstream and DRS again.
Charge button on.
Would very much like to be able to try and get some more battery back into Hamilton's car before we box him.
And tyre phase update when you can.
I think I'm actually going to change Hadjar's strategy a little bit. Tsunoda picks up a fault. Ooh. I'm going to go onto a set of hard tyres for Isaac.
Push.
He's going to stick to the script for Hamilton though. Go onto a set of medium tyres. Wasn't able to find out what the fault is with Tsunoda.
1.0 now.
There we are, closing in. There we go. We're into DRS range. So we'll
Got
start
in
harvesting.
point 9. Charge button on.
We're going to go for a slight undercut, or hopefully a potential undercut here with Hadjar.
Tires are ready.
We have the run. And Hadjar took a second out of Lawson on that lap. Looks like we're going to ease out of it through the first Lesmo. There we go. That means we'll get the DRS after the second Lesmo.
Continue like this.
A little bit too far back to have a look. I'm not really hoping to overtake. I want to stay close so that we can continue to harvest the battery. We're going to go one more lap with Isaac. As Ocon is into the pits, and we have a look. Sainz into the pits as well. And so is Iwasa. Oh, damn it.
And charge button on.
Hard tyres.
So you are doing a good job.
Hard tyres.
Next car in front is Norris.
And hard tyres. So, one stops for these guys.
Boxing this lap.
And push.
So we have Bortoletto for company. We're going to start to use up some of that spare tyre that we banked for these in laps. If I can stretch by an extra lap as well, that'll help give me a little bit more medium to play with. Still got a lot of work to do with Lewis if we want to get points. There's Albon boxes from P2 going for an undercut on Sonoda. Oscar and George coming in as well. Hard tyres. Medium tyres for Piastri. Decent stop. Hard tyres for George. Medium tyres for Norris. Bortoletto. Hard tyres. Somehow I'm managing to actually click on every one of these guys. Everyone's piling into the pits. Hard tyres go on for Isaac. Have we gained or lost any places?
Watch out, cars leaving.
2.0 second stop, pretty decent. We have lost that slightly. By the look of it, 19th place, yeah. Well, there's other cars that haven't stopped yet, so Antonelli has got through. Damn it. Hamilton currently running in P4, just did a 1:24.0. So definitely got some pace.
Car behind Stroll.
And now Yuki comes in.
30 laps remaining.
From the lead. Can he get back out in front of Alex Albon? It's just 2 seconds between them when he boxed. That's a bad stop, and that should give the lead to Alex, I think. As in comes Behrman as well. It's going to be hard tyres for Ollie Behrman. There goes Hamilton. There is Albon. It's going to be side by side. Albon's just going to get there. All right, one more lap for Lewis after this one.
get after these cars in front. From tyre points of view, we don't
Colapinto,
think lift and coast is
Gasly and Leclerc are all in. There's Gasly. So back to 18th place. Yeah, we have definitely lost a couple of places through the pits because we were slower than others in getting in.
And push now, push.
Perez boxing
No
now.
lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
So Hamilton's going to be outside of the points, I think, when he boxes. It's quite crowded as well. We could end up in a really bad spot. Let's use the battery as well. Just try and get
And you can use all the boost
as much of a boost as we can. Here's Perez going to get out in front of Oscar. Yes, he is. Behrman has lost out to George. So undercut has worked for a lot of cars here. Let's call him in.
And box this lap box.
Gonna box this up.
Albon gets through. And Snowder gets through as well. To be expected. And he potentially helps us get a slight boost down to the parabolica here with the slipstream, but yeah, not ideal.
Charge button on.
And it's Alex Albon who leads the Grand Prix by half a second from Yuki Tsunoda. Perez is third ahead of Oscar Piastri. And then nearly 10 seconds clear. Where are we going to feed out?
K1 usage.
Yeah.
You should be mode charge.
Oh, it's a bad stop. No.
We need to do the management on this set.
3.8 seconds. Oh, god damn it.
Sorry about that. And what's a white line on exit?
Can we at least get ahead of Charles Leclerc? Yes, we can. Okay, so not a complete disaster, but certainly not what we were looking for. Down to 13th, so work to do to get back to the top 10 again. Isaac is where he needs to be for the sponsors in P18. Would have been nice to be able to get him back up where he was. We have closed the gap to Antonelli, Lindblad and
Tyre
Lawson,
temps look good.
thanks to those push laps, but we've stopped that now, so bide our time on these guys. Lots and lots of minor damage or wear on the cars in front of us. Slowly bringing these tyres up to temperature. Do not want to overcook them too quickly. Russell with a new fastest lap, a 1:22.0. Max in for his second stop. His race is toast. He's going on to hard tyres. We've got a yellow flag out there.
Caution for
It's a
debris.
crash. Contact, and that is Behrman, Russell and Ocon. Oh, and there we go. Ocon just squeezing Behrman on the inside there. That's wing damage.
As for the team
For
back in
Behrman.
the garage, that was a...
I think Ocon might have escaped without any damage there. Don't see any holes in his wing. Behrman is missing a good chunk of his, maybe the entire end plate on the right hand side there. Yeah, pretty much the entire end plate is gone. Tsunoda and Albon still fighting over the lead. Will there be a penalty for this? No. It's deemed a racing incident. Leclerc has been eking up to the back of us while our tyres are a little cool. We're almost up to temperature. And then hopefully we should start to pull away from Charles again.
Well, yeah, right. It certainly looks like they've developed a fault.
There's a little bit of karma there for Esteban Ocon after hitting Behrman. Both Astons nursing some kind of issue. And the 123.7 tyres still not quite there, but they're almost there now. Let's pay attention to the sector times. So again, it's the middle sector where we're hurting.
We are good for the moment.
There we go, tyres now in the window, just in time as well. Leclerc almost in DRS range.
Use the energy.
New fastest lap for Yuki Tsunoda, a 121.6. And again, we gained 3/10 in the first sector, lost half a second in the middle sector. But we have just kept Leclerc out of range, and now we want to try and open that gap back up again. And try and start closing in on Bortoletto. 122.6. And Tsunoda's opened up a 2-second gap to Alex. Let's give Isaac a little bit more tyre to go after Antonelli.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Understood.
And we'll lighten the fuel load slightly. Push for a few more laps.
And just a reminder on garage.
Yep.
And Leclerc is starting to slip back a little bit now. And 21.9 took another couple of tenths out of Bortoletto.
So P12.
23 laps to go, including this lap.
Gap to him 2.0.
But there! Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
That's good for us. That helps extend the gap between Hadjar and Stroll. Keeps Gasly at bay a little bit longer. And that's half a second taken out of Bortoletto. Leclerc fractionally quicker than us on that lap. And I think Tsunoda has broken Albon's spirit a little bit. Let's see if he is able to close back up again. Antonelli and Lawson fighting in front of us. This will hopefully slow them down a bit, make it easier for Isaac to close in. He closed 4/10 on that last lap. What we really need is to get Lindblad involved in this fight as well. Slow the lead car down, because that's the one that's given DRS the two behind. As Russell moves up into third and onto the podium. Perez and Piastri right there, though. And a couple of seconds further back, there's Ocon. Sainz is going to make a move into turn one. Perez is going to try and get back past George. Might leave a gap for Piastri to sneak into. No, and Sainz is through. Or is he? No, he's not. Ocon with the better line through Retifidio. He's still losing ground to the cars in front. Hamilton's now within 2 seconds, but I need to start to ease off the fuel again.
And some lift off.
We've opened up a 2.5 second gap to Leclerc now. That's good. Where it was, well, we had it. It's down to 1.7 again. Behrman is struggling with that wing damage. Norris has got through. This is going to be another cruel result for Ollie Behrman, where he loses out on points. Russell has broken away. Is Perez vulnerable? No, he used his battery. You see how quickly he pulled away again there, and he's got the DRS just. But he's definitely coming under pressure from Piastri. He might have to go defensive. That might cost him. I think he's still using battery. He's closing back in on George.
2.5.
Hamilton now inside 2 seconds to Bortoletto. But now he's out of DRS range as we go across the detection point. So Piastri will have a look here into Vialone. Might get him before we even reach Vialone. Up the inside, gets the move done, and is comfortably ahead through the Ascari chicane. So Piastri into 4th place. Norris and Behrman still fighting. And Iwasa is now joining the party. Lawson and Lindblad still scrapping away with Antonelli. So this is now a 3-way fight. Let's hope that the pace starts to dip. But with Lawson at the front, maybe not. Hadjar just not finding the pace he needs. We are pulling away though from 18th place, so we are safe.
Very happy
at
with
the moment.
Use.
I'm going to ease the tyres down again. Hamilton just not able to get close enough, so we're going to have to go for an aggressive lap and then recover afterwards. We have to get into that DRS of Bortoletto.
So deployed.
Otherwise, we're just going to stay stuck in this dirty air-affected window. So let's get after him. corners where we make the time
You
up.
are doing a good job on tires. Keep working like this.
Charge button on.
Let's go for a full deployment out of Curva Grande. Oh, sorry, out of Rettifilio through Curva Grande. That's usually where you can make up good time with battery.
Alright, let's concentrate.
Here, right?
Charge button on, charge button on.
Just not closing in. It's frustrating. It's so frustrating. I know we have points potential in this car and we're just not able to get it. As Max gets himself back up to 20th. Come on, Hamilton. Can't keep this up for long without destroying the tyres.
Do we need to save tires in high speed?
All right, let's just go the opposite way.
And charge button on.
Let's protect the car and hope that pace will come back to us towards the end. All right, back to the front, starting lap 38. Yuki Tsunoda leads by 3.5 seconds over Alex Albon. It's George Russell in third with about 2.5 seconds back to the battle between Piastri and Perez for fourth. Then it's Ocon in sixth, seventh for Sainz, eighth for Norris, ninth for Behrman, but he's under a lot of pressure from Iwasa. 11th Bortoletto, 12th for Lewis Hamilton. Then it's Leclerc, Lindblad, Lawson, Antonelli. Hadjar down in 17th right now. 18th for Schumacher, 19th for Verstappen now. 20th for Stroll, 21st for Gasly, 22nd for Colapinto, as Behrman is overtaken and drops down into 10th place. Just about clinging on to points now. Bortoletto has been steadily closing in. And Hamilton also has been taking time out of Behrman. So it is looking like he is going to finish outside of the points again, unfortunately for him. Lawson and Lindblad still fighting. Hadjar has suddenly found some time. Look, at last these guys are starting to slow each other down. We took a second out of that gap on that last lap. The strange thing is we haven't really lost that much in the way of time on our lap with Hamilton here, despite saving tyres, fuel and battery. We're still lapping a similar kind of pace. Behrman gets back in front of Iwasa. Can he hold the move? No, he can't. But it'll be a slow exit from the pair of them. Bortoletto getting closer and closer. Within 2 seconds. We were quicker than Bortoletto on that lap, yet we were... when we went on a full push, we were 3/10 slower than we are right now, as Lindblad drops down to 16th.
2.0.
Continue.
Hadjar just
Keep
2.5
going.
seconds behind. It's coming back to him. He might yet get a few more places. And we're still lapping quicker than Charles Leclerc.
Charge button on.
Understood.
Hadjar now just 1.5 seconds behind this fight. Lawson taking the opportunity to try and break away. Antonelli and Lindblad still slowing each other down a little bit.
Okay, let's get on it. Still everything to play for.
$14 laps to go.
What about tyres?
We still need to get closer with Lewis. Really don't want to miss out on points again. I know we got some from the sprint, but we should be due a couple from this Grand Prix as well. And Hadjar's in the slipstream now. Bortoletto onto the back of Behrman. We're 2 seconds away from them.
Just do your best.
Did we get it? Did we get it? No, we missed it. We missed the DRS, but we are still very close. New fastest lap for Sergio Perez as we switch back to Hamilton here. 121.1. Right, so this is what we need now. We need Bortoletto to slow these guys down a bit.
Gap to him 1.7.
And Hamilton's taken
Continue
half
like
a
this.
second out of him through Rettifilio.
Mode push.
Lindblad is now
No more
isolated
than coast.
and alone and vulnerable to Isaac. Tsunoda's been steadily
But the car's
pulling away,
definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
but that might start to haul him back a bit. Gap's now 6 seconds to Albon. Hadjar closing up down the straight. He's going to have a potential look into the Parabolica here, but I think he's probably going to wait until the main straight. He is. Bortoletto and Iwasa still fighting. Here comes Hadjar. Oh, very late on the brakes from Lindblad there.
Remember, long way to go in this race. Keep battling away.
Can we get him into De La Roja? No, we can't. And we're losing time now.
So increase pushing status.
And more energy available.
Yep.
Charge on.
Yeah.
Okay, remember mode push.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Charge on.
All right, this time. We've got a good run this time. Oh, and again, he's just so late on the brakes, is Lindblad.
Do your best.
Antonelli with a fault. They're now 4.5 seconds clear of Hadjar and Lindblad.
Charge on, please.
Hamilton's losing time. Bortoletto's got through. He's pushing the pace. Damn it. New fastest lap for Oscar with 10 laps to go. A 1:21.0. And Schumacher's closing in on us. Come on, come on. Up the inside. Through Parabolica. No. Get him on the exit.
No worries, mate.
Come on, Isaac. You can do this. Outbrake him, please. What the hell? Come on, points are so tantalizingly close.
Race is long.
This focus is a long race.
And just a reminder on garage.
Understood.
Charge button on, charge on.
Oh my god, Schumacher's just 3 seconds behind. We are losing so much time here.
Mode push.
Full attack on the tyres. Full push on the fuel. Burn what little battery you've got.
Save
Get
less.
this piston move done. And there we go. Hamilton has finally caught the back of Behrman.
And we need you to take care of the tires.
Side by side, and this time, surely. Surely this time.
Button on.
Finally, we
button
get through.
on.
We're now 6.5 seconds behind Lawson and Antonelli. Oh, my word. We lost so much time there.
No management required.
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
And we need to increase lift and coast.
Right, so we are in the hunt for 9th place.
And you can use all the boost bar. Charge button on, charge button on.
taking the sting out of the tyre attempts. Snowden now 90 seconds clear of Albon. Despite that issue, he is still just romping away from Alex here. Oh, yellow flag. There's a spin for somebody.
Single yellow.
Colapinto.
Now look, here we head into turn 2. And the control's lost. And ultimately, just unable to bring the car under control.
Alright, let's concentrate.
Laps are ticking down. 7 laps to go.
Use the energy.
We get alongside Behrman. Can we get the launch here on Iwasa?
Good job. At the moment, P11.
Not there, we can't.
Understood.
And we need lift and coast.
Ocon's fault getting worse as well now. So both Astons starting to really struggle.
Deployment.
But it seems to be battery for the pair of them. Well, it's certainly battery for Ocon. Not sure what it is for Yuki. Was is out of range.
So deployed.
We get up the inside. That's 10th place. That's a point. We've got the DRS. Let's go full attack to get after Bortoletto if we can.
Here's the replay. Now this was on the straight. The opportunity's there.
That was critical to get that move done there, because it gives us the perfect opportunity to try and close up the Bortoletto before he scampers off. Also gives us an opportunity to try and gap Iwasa and Behrman and leave them to their fight.
Continue, keep going.
Oh, we've almost done it. We've almost got where we need to be. It's close. Ah, damn it. We just lost time through that middle sector again. We lose time through the Lesmos. We lose time through the De La Roja chicane. And the gap has gone back up by half a second. And Iwasa's all over us again.
And charge button on, please.
And take care of the tires.
And we might now just have to try and hang on for 10th. 9th might just slip away from
And
us.
we need lift and coast.
I was hoping for more than a point, but I will take a point.
And 5 laps to go.
We have a slipstream. Will that save us? Here comes the look. Yes, we shut it down. We lost a little bit of time as Lindblad develops an issue.
Continue like this.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
1 point feels like 100. Not quite that extreme, but it certainly does feel like a lot at this point. We are struggling to stay ahead of Lindblad despite his issue. But we do.
Might need to pick up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, we're just losing time in that middle sector, partly from just dirty air, partly from the pressure from Iwasa, who's having another look. Again, we shut him down. Ocon gets past Perez, is up to 4th. This could still be a very, very good day for Aston Martin. It's going to be a decent day for Piastri, with Max way out of the points, down in 19th, but he needs to get up as high as he can. Did we get the DRS? We certainly have a slipstream. Yes, we got the DRS.
4 laps to go.
There's still a chance for 9th place. Four laps remaining. Lawson and Antonelli still fighting over 14th.
Take care of the tires. Charge button on. Charge button on.
Tsunoda crosses the line with 3 laps to go now. He's 11.5 seconds clear of Albon. I think Albon is clear of Russell. It's still anybody's guess who's going to take 4th place, as Perez, Piastri, Sainz and now Norris are all there. I'd love to check in with that, but I'm keeping my eyes peeled on this because Iwasa is still a threat to us. Thankfully, he pulled out of the slipstream there, gave us a little bit of breathing room into Parabolica. Perez gets past Ocon.
3 laps to go.
Is this going to be a look?
And tires are good to push.
Just get squeezed a little bit, but we could still get a good run. We're not quite there. Let's continue to save.
Slightly more power to give me at some stage.
Yes, Lewis, but not just yet. Hadjar has now got a little bit of a window of safety to Lindblad.
At the moment we are P10.
Oh, come on, come on, come on. That research really helped. No, the research won't affect us till next season.
2 laps to go.
Yep.
Stay tucked up. 2 laps remaining. Hadjar, I think, is now safe. So it'll be P16 for Isaac. It's not a great result. Oh, in your career. I haven't read what you said about your career. I can't look away for that long. Well, we'll have a look as soon as we're done. Final lap for Yuki Tsunoda. He leads by nearly 12 seconds from Albon. It's still open for 4th place between Ocon, Piastri, Norris and Sainz, just out of contention now.
And you're doing a good job on tires. Keep it like this.
It's time to go on full attack mode.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job. Gap to him 0.9.
We don't think we need any lift and coast.
Yeah, mate, yeah.
Mode push.
Yeah.
He might just be able to hold us off, but at least we can try and get clear of Iwasa. Come on, Lewis, everything you got.
Yuki Tsunoda over the line and heading right to the top of today's podium. And the winner is Yuki Tsunoda.
So, back-to-back wins in the sprint and the Grand Prix
What
for
an
Tsunoda
amazing
today.
finish to a thrilling race. It's a real testament to their skill and the team's engineering.
Ocon still just hanging on to fourth, but they're side by side. Perez takes it.
Race is long.
Can I get close enough to have a throw it up the inside through Parabolica?
Increase speed and coast, please.
Not quite. We're just going to miss out, but it's 10th. It's a point. Make sure that we actually cross the line. Woo. I thought we would have slightly better pace in the second half of the race than we did, but we still managed to make it count. It's a point for Lewis. Perez pipped Ocon for 5th in the end. Just.
Okay, that's the checkered flag.
Behrman, once again, missed out on points thanks to an issue with the car, finishing in 12th place. Hadjar will bring it home in 16th. Both cars made their sponsor objectives. Hamilton got points in the sprint and the Grand Prix. Not a bad day.
Well, what a race that was. And there, of course, we see Lance Stroll heading in.
Very disappointing P21 finish. Definitely not how they wanted to see out the weekend.
And up steps Yuki Tsunoda, the Japanese driver making himself very much at home on the podium.
It's a really emotional moment to be up there celebrating your first win.
And that, right there, is a picture-perfect end to this weekend in Monza. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
It was a strangely mixed weekend for them. We saw one driver put in a strong performance, but it was a different story for the other. Definitely positives there, though.
And with that, our time in Italy is done for another year.
Now the teams will be looking ahead to Imola, where the season progresses with the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Get ready for some fierce competition.
So, confirmation then of the final result. It is a win, the first race win of the season for Yuki Tsunoda. Alex Albon taking an excellent podium for him in second. Third place goes to George Russell. Perez in fourth rescues a strong points finish for Haas when they looked like they were on for so much more earlier on. Ocon in fifth makes it a fantastic afternoon for Aston. Piastri in sixth picks up 8 unanswered points over Max Verstappen to bring him a little bit closer in the championship standings. Don't think that's enough to take the top step again. Lando in 7th, 8th for Sainz to get a Ferrari in the top 10. And then it's 9th for Bortoletto, 10th for Lewis Hamilton to give us some extra points. Iwasa in 11th, 12th for Behrman, 13th for Charles Leclerc, 14th for Antonelli, disaster for him after that collision with Max Verstappen. It did us a solid. It took Antonelli and Verstappen both out of the running. We might not have got points otherwise. Lawson in 15th, Hadjar in 16th. Was hoping for more, but we lost a ton of time trying to get past Lindblad, and then all hurt by a bad qualifying again, unfortunately. Lindblad 19th, Max Verstappen in 18th place. Lost 15 places thanks to that shunt from Antonelli breaking his rear wing. Took him completely out of contention for this race. Schumacher in 19th, 20th for Gasly, 21st for Stroll, And it is once again the wooden spoon for Franco Colapinto in 22nd. Let's take a look then at the driver's standings. Max leads by just 8 points from teammate Oscar Piastri, 238 to 230. Max did pick some points up in the sprint, which has kept him ahead. Had he not scored that, it would be just a 1 point gap had he not scored those points in the sprint. Norris in third is on 173 points. He's still a long way back, 61 points behind Verstappen and 53 behind Piastri. Sainz in fourth, picks up 4 more points. He's on 142. No points for Antonelli today, 122 points for him. Yuki Tsunoda, with that double win in the Sprint and Grand Prix, scores 33 points, moves ahead of his teammate and is now just 7 points behind him. And Ocon is only 10 points further back. He's on 105 points. And it's Russell with 88, Leclerc with 73. Albon's second place brings him within 2 points of Charles Leclerc in 10th on 71 points. Then it's Hamilton back up into 11th over Lindblad. 7 points scored this weekend, 6 for third in the sprint, and then a point for 10th in the Grand Prix. Lindblad down to 11th with 40, 1 point ahead of Sergio Perez, who scores 12 points this weekend for his 4th in the race. Lawson down into 14th. He stays on 36, ahead of Gasly on 29. Colapinto on 25. Then it's Iwasa with 21. Hadjar with 19 points still. Bortoletto now just within 1 point, as he picked up 5 this weekend. Ollie Behrman picking up 4 points from the sprint, but unfortunately missing out on points in the race. He moves up, though, into 20th ahead of Mick Schumacher. He also is on 15 points with Behrman. And then it's Stroll with 6 points at the bottom of the table. In the constructors' standings, another gap extension for Red Bull. They're up to 468 points now. Mercedes on 295 are 73 points further back. And huge points for Aston today, 43 points scored. That moves them up to 220 points above Ferrari by 5 and 75 points now behind Mercedes. And if they can keep that kind of result going in the next few races, that gap's going to get awfully small, awfully quick. Then it's a bit of a gap back to Williams. They're up to 107 points, 1 ahead of McLaren, who did outscore them this weekend, but couldn't quite get above them. We have 65 points now in 7th. Much needed points because Haas picked up 16 and they're now just 11 points behind us. They're up 3 places, jumping Audi, Maserati and Nissan. Audi and Maserati both on 46 points apiece. Nissan on 44, very close at the bottom of the table here. In the pit stops, Norris had the quickest stop ahead of Ocon and Russell. Nissan picking up 4th and 7th. Audi getting some points with Lindblad stop in 5th. We got 6th place with Isaac's stop, but Hamilton's one and only stop was a bad one, 3.8 seconds, so nowhere near the leaderboard there. Haas gets some points in 8th, as do Maserati in 9th, and Williams in 10th. Let's see what the standings look like. We once again lose some ground to Mercedes, and we lose a little bit of ground to McLaren as well, but we stay in 2nd. We are on 205 points. Mercedes comfortably clear, 148 points ahead of us on 353, and we have a 28-point lead over McLaren in 3rd. Then it's Red Bull with 142, Maserati just 4 points back, and Aston only 3 points further back themselves in 6th. Good points for Aston this weekend in both competitions there, constructors and the DHL competition. Ferrari, no points here today. They're on 108. Nissan up to 64 points. They stay 8th. Williams 9th with 33. Audi moving above Haas off the bottom. They're now on 30 points with Haas on 29 again. Last 3 places very close, just 4 points separating the 3 teams. You may see the stops, a 2.0, a good stop. Not our best, but good enough for points today. Hamilton's one and only stop, not good at all, unfortunately. But both drivers getting their sponsor targets, so another 1.95 mil added to the bank. Let's head back to HQ and start prepping for Imola. Okay, so congrats on the good result in the opening race of the season there, PR. Bahrain is spelt wrong. You got the A and the H the wrong way around, but apart from that, you were fine. Take it easy, Johnny. Thanks for stopping by. We've got some money from the sponsors, 4.9 mil, and I think we have a mandatory as well for another big wad of cash. Yes, we do. Another 2.5 mil for a hot lap experience. So we're up to $10 million. Fantastic. We do have some damage on the car that we need to fix. We've got 11 days to go until Imola, and money burning a hole in our pockets. Let's dive into the inbox before we do anything else, though. So let's see. The chassis, the side pods, and the underfloor all failed on Hamilton's car. Came through unscathed, no damage to any of the aero parts on Hadjar's car. We've got a new ATR period available. Excellent, because we do need to get our next research project done. We're dumping all those hours into one of our wings. We've got some results on Joe's scouting. 64 on marketability. 29 years old now. Just looking at potentials for replacing Ricciardo. Let's take a look at Zay Maloney. Wow, his braking's not good at all, is it? That's pretty terrible. His adaptability's bad as well. Zay Maloney is normally a driver that progresses pretty well, but he hasn't been assigned to a team for a while, and it looks like he's just stopped developing. So, yeah, I don't think he's worth hiring as a development driver. Let's fix the car. There we go. So no spare underfloors left. We still have spares for... Actually, no, I'm looking at the I'm looking at the mark. No spare side pods or chassis either. Are we still building parts? No, we're not. Okay, so we're going to need to do some building. Let's get the research done before we do anything else. So... front or rear? I don't think it really matters. Let's get the front wing done. Drop the entire hour allocation into the front wing. Let's see. So 10, 20, 30. So that needs to be maxed out. That needs to be down a couple of clicks. That needs to be down a little bit further. Tyre wear, not too bothered about trying to improve that too much on the front wing. Airflow sensitivity and airflow front. Let's drop the airflow front down a little bit. Airflow sensitivity down a little bit more. So there. There we go. That'll boost the downforce levels. In fact, actually, let's push the airflow front up a touch more. There we go. And there we go. That was the important research project for this period done. So we've got 8.3 mil left. We have a desperate need to fix something, don't we? The race sim. 2 mil or 8 mil. 2 mil or 8 mil. I mean, that's a quarter of the price just to refurb it. I'm going to go for the full upgrade. It's expensive, but it will help us no end. We need to fix the memorabilia room, and we can't afford to do that. Okay, we'll have to wait a little bit longer. I can't do any more research yet either. Our suspension sim is now upgraded to level 2. Excellent. Desperately need another injection of cash already. Oh! It has not given us the option to do our sponsors. So it's going to shaft us out of some money. We're going to have to mod in some money again in 6 weeks' time. I think maybe because it was on a Sunday. That's unfortunate. So because I think this is the bug. I think I think because the sponsors agreement finished on the Sunday, that's when we should have set the new one. And because we arrived on Monday, it hasn't given us the option to actually set those ejectors. This happened to us last season, but I didn't really pay too much attention to how that happened. Might have been the same circumstances, but yeah, that's frustrating. So, what was it? 4.6 mil that we should have got from our sponsors. Let me just go back on the stream replay. 4.925 is our default, so that's how much we're going to need to mod in. Let me just make a note of that. We'll wait and see what happens, but in 6 weeks' time, if we don't get cash, which I think is going to be the case, then we will need to add in 4.925 mil. All right, written that down. So, new regulation vote is coming up. I know we have low stock on chassis. I got low stock on everything at the moment, and no money left because we just blew it all on an upgrade for the driver sim. Regulation choke financial changes. So the top teams have already taken hours from the wind tunnel and CFD sim away from the lower teams. Now they're looking to take prize money away as well. I'm going to vote against that. This won't affect our payouts at the end of this season, but it could potentially affect us next season. We'll see what happens. Looks like we'll get the results of that vote when we come back from Imola. F3 talent of Sudley Amos. That's an interesting name. 24 years old, 65 overall. Probably not worth our time and attention. So Max out of contract at the end of the season. He's only got 4 months left on the deal, and the buyout fee is 182 million for 4 months. Holy shit. Oscar, 2 years to go on his deal. He's got 2 years still remaining, and his buyout fee is significantly less than 4 months on Max. Whew. Yeah, Max might be moving on. It'd be interesting to see where he goes. Still ranked as the top driver. Oscar right behind him though, and 3 years younger. Leclerc is moving on. He has 94.5 mil on his buyout fee across the 4 remaining months as well. I wonder if these guys are going to re-sign where they are, or if they're going to swap teams. That would be interesting. I'm very curious to see Verstappen in a Ferrari. That would be very interesting indeed. Sainz out of contract, but we think he is switching to the other seat if memory serves, and Behrman is taking the other seat at Ferrari that Sainz is going to vacate by moving to car 1. So it looks like Leclerc is definitely leaving Ferrari. I remember that now, but we don't know where he's going to go, and I'm not going to go looking to find out where he's going to go as well. Let me take a look at our current staffing situation. So that's all taken care of. I think it's all taken care of here as well. Yes, it is. So we need to make some decisions about our crop of young drivers. We know we have Ugo joining us at the end of the season. Do I still have information on Ugo? Yes, it's expired. Let's scout him again so we can get an update as to how he's progressing. Colapinto is re-signing. I was going to scout him at his potential. Caitlin Newey. You know what? Not bad. Minnie has re-signed. I think Newey's re-signed as well. Yes, she has. Zach O'Sullivan is going back to Williams, having been on the sidelines for a bit. Charlie Wurtz, only a 66 overall. Actually, Lindblad, I was so looking forward to signing Lindblad when his contract expired, but he's already been bought out, so he now has just 4 months left. He's going to Nissan next season. That could be interesting. Magnussen is still around in free agency, occupied with the current race weekend. I don't think he's any better than Ricciardo as an option. Lorenzo Amato, 4 months left, is on his way to Red Bull. Ashley Watkins, that's Leah Block, I think, with that headshot. She's going to Haas next year. Kimberly Pollard, she's only a 56. Wolfgang is going to Red Bull. I remember I was going to sign him just for the sheer comedy of the name for Dino, but is there anybody? Tyus Gunter going to Red Bull. Wow, Red Bull just filling up their academy at the moment. Alright, let's do this again. Start at the bottom. Ashley Watkins, yeah, we looked at her, she's going. Margaret Way is going to Red Bull. Of course she's going to Red Bull. Everyone's going to Red Bull. Kimberly Pollard, not high enough a ranking. Rosa Maria is going to Red Bull. Oh my god. How many people are Red Bull signing? Lorenzo, we've already checked. Jackson Chisholm is going to McLaren. I thought that was a Red Bull for a second. Again, we know Wolfgang's going somewhere. Not seeing anybody jumping out at me. There just isn't any real superstar looking talent. Tuka's going to stay with Ferrari. What about Nicholas Searle? Oh, he's going to Aston. Pietro is re-signing for McLaren. James Wharton is going to Maserati. Madoa is going to McLaren. Salapol is out of contract. This is ranking 64, 22 years old. He's a possible Kasper. I would like to sign Kasper, but he's going to Ferrari. Antonelli's not happening. Stenshorn is re-signing for Ferrari. Sanhueza is re-signing for Ferrari. Oh yeah, he's and that's his retirement, hasn't he? We might unretire him and then sign him to our team next season. Ooh, Fornaroli is retiring. Yeah, we're going to unretire Fornaroli and we're going to make sure that he is moved over to Maserati. Gabrielli Mini re-signing for Mercedes. Behrman, we know he's going to Ferrari. Wadsworth is out of contract. If he was a little bit better, I might have signed him just for Dino, but Yeah, not good enough. What about Aguilar? Go to RedBull. Yeah, there just isn't anybody any good that's worth signing. That's a serious prospect. Who did he turn us down for? Mercedes. Yeah, that was it. 1 year deal with Mercedes. We have got Jack Doohan still. Iwasa is out of contract. I don't think he's getting re-signed anywhere. Yeah, he's out of contract. Let's scout Iwasa. We could maybe see if we can get him into the program. Anyone else of any real note? Bobby Schwartzman, Drugovich, out of contract. He is definitely someone that we could sign up for development. What about Pato? He's going to Maserati. Yeah, it's time for us to say goodbye to Fittipaldi, I think. I mean, he's cheap, though. It's only 300k. He's still got another year to go. That's why I kept him on, just because he's so cheap. So Hamilton, the oldest driver on the grid at the moment. So we got a few to look at. Let's untick Tuka. Let's untick Ugo because he is joining us. So there was Felipe Drugovich and who else was it? Schwartzman was another one, wasn't he? And Pato. Let's... Oh no, Pato's already tied up. I may go into the database and unretire some drivers who were already retired as well, potentially. Valtteri's back on the grid next year with Haas. All right, so that's it for the driver market. Strategy prep. It's going to be hot in Imola, so tyres will be an issue. Not expecting rain. Yet another glorious weekend, and yeah, that does look like it could potentially be quite hot. Normal Grand Prix for Imola, and then after that we go to Montreal for the Canadian Grand Prix. Another sprint weekend with forecast for excellent weather as well. And then Austin's probably going to be a nice day as well, given the chance of rain's just 14%. Vegas, yeah, unlikely to see rain. I may throw open a poll on that one as to whether or not we make it a wet weekend. I don't know. That might hurt our chances of actually scoring points, so I might not. We'll see. But I might let you guys set the weather for next season. We shall see. We shall see. So that is it for tonight. I hope you've enjoyed tonight's stream. If you have, a thumbs up, much appreciated. If you're not yet subscribed, then why not consider hitting that subscribe button as well. Be sure to hit the bell for notifications on the start of live streams. And I will be back tomorrow at the usual time, 8 p.m, for round 15, as we complete the double header in Italy at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix at Imola. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with some more F1 Manager very soon.